King Shot. King Shot and Calm is Lonely. Y'all can hear me, right? Say cool. Peace. What's the deal? Checking in from Facebook today. What's the deal? Yeah, I got all my technology hooked up now. We're back in business with the video. I gotta get my lights. I get my lights and all that, so we can be illuminated in here. We're 60. All right, the bar, Brilliant Elevation. Asiatic Mathematics. The Wordsmith. Waiting for a few more participants from the What Did I Miss crew. But for everybody that's interested, if you check the links today, right, the 800 subscriber sale is on. The sale is from today until June 13th. 10% off. What Did I Miss crew is slow on the draw today. I think we gotta do the each one teach one and hit the like button. It is Sunday though. Maybe they just get back from church. They ain't take their suit off yet. You gotta take off their Sunday suit and put on their play clothes. Barber Boys Club. Peace. Nah, this is my usual time. Well, Barber Boys Club is new, 2017. Where you from? Welcome to the channel. The Ravenel Bridge got a protest. Yeah, they haven't. It doesn't seem like they letting up on the protest. That appears to be a daily operation. You know, and all right, Black Medina. Peace to the guys. Shout out to Black Medina. They still protesting up there too in Black Medina. Urban Gorilla. Peace to the GOD. See, Urban Gorilla and wow. Peace, peace. Yeah, Barber Boys Club, that's related to the topic for the day too. Are you a pipe or a diamond under pressure? See, one thing they doing right now is they keeping the pressure on. Wait, right now we just, the With It I Miss crew is real slow today. God save you divine. Hey, God save you divine. They never came to Jamaica Avenue with the protest. In fact, now that I think about it, I haven't. I don't know if I heard about anything happening in Queens. Why is you smell goods? God save you divine. Said I'm the pressure that busts the pipe, and I'm also the pressure force that makes the diamond. They wasn't on the Ave. I don't know why they letting Queens off the hook. They ain't going to Queens Boulevard neither. SW. Peace. They ain't go out to Queens Boulevard. Nigel Brim. What's going on? It's been a minute since we seen Nigel Brim. I'm surprised they didn't go to the mall over there. That's what it seemed like. They hit a lot of, wherever they got those big box stores and, your Targets and all things of that nature. That's where it seems like they had a lot. And what's that precinct over there by the Ave? That's it. That's a dirty precinct. I don't know why they ain't go over there and yell at them. Queens is business as usual. You see, I don't think I like that. I don't think I like that. What's going on with the What Did I Miss crew today? I guess they just gonna have to miss it. But also, again, uh, if you check in the description box today, you'll see that the 800 subscriber sale, 10% off all the items in the stores. The links is there. You got to use the code 800 subs at checkout. So, God said, the bond said the shops is open, no lines. The parks was packed, so they not even doing social distancing out there in Queens. Which I'm noticing that's kind of, even the store people, they kind of like, yeah, man, whatever. Original seed. What's going on down there in Delaware? They still hitting them hard down there. All on the business. But right now, I see a protest pretty much every day. Which they protesting, especially like the last week up and down at the school. So they protesting right there at the state building. But I guess the What Did I Miss crew is just gonna have to catch it on a rewind. You know what I'm saying? Uh, are you a pipe or a diamond under pressure? You said over by the water, or the Latinos was mobbed up in their parking lots with their sports cars and bikes. Christopher Gooden. And they ain't saying nothing to them, huh? Yeah, New York, the protest is going strong. The ATM and the Wawa look like the club line. But are you a pipe or a diamond under pressure? The point of this topic, man, is that's about who you really are. You know what I'm saying? And it's about finding out who you really are and what you really made of. See, that's when it's really time to show and prove is when the pressure comes. See, especially when you're dealing with this science, you see that as many times. Free to be me, what's going on? You will see that as many times. You understand what I mean? That People want to try to break you in different ways. When I first got the knowledge, my family decided that they was going to eat pig every day. It's going to be pig. It's going to be ham hocks and the vegetables. Pig gravy on the rice. Because their idea was, if I get hungry enough, then I eat it. But that's just one example. You know what I'm saying? One of the greatest pressures that we faced, as a nation, that showed and prove who we are, is when Allah got shot. See, that was right there. That pressure, you understand what I'm saying? Was it showed that other nations was pipes. When they lost the founder, they lost the original idea. They splintered into all types of different pieces. See, even in terms of, these protests, they applying a certain amount of pressure, right? And the pressure they applying is forcing people to show if they a pipe or a diamond. Like before all of this happened, this is side, it's not, but before all of this happened, me for one, I didn't know what kind of person Drew Brees was, or what type of ideology he espoused, and none of that. See, like under this pressure, especially you got the pressure of two things. You got the health crisis that already existed, and now you got this happening. And you see a lot of the, politicians and a lot of these, in a lot of the cities, showing and proving who they really are. A lot of the different ideologies, whether a person is liberal or conservative, all these different things. Now, an amount of pressure is on for you to show and prove who you really are. And see whatever happens. What you said is right here, God sight the divine. All right, yeah, see. God sight the divine said a black woman tried years ago to test him to see what he was made of. When he would say, lift that touch swine will never touch mine, she would eat pork and try to kiss me, testing to see if my word was bond. She got dubbed. You know, that's a she applied pressure in a different way. When she wanted to see if you could rise above 6. You understand what I'm saying? Temptation, yeah, that's another type of pressure that you could be under. And then you would see if you were diamond on pipe. You see what I'm saying? Because that 6 is going to manifest itself all different types of ways. It's like it's all different type of fasts that you have to do to have that they build different types of strength. But see, that's when it's time to show and prove, when you got to solve actual problems in the real world. Then you see who's just talking and who can actually respond in real time. See, that only happens when pressure comes. See, that's the actual science, man, of showing and proving. So you could say, a person could read the lessons and they can study them and all that, but then when it comes time to activate, whether it's quoting them or whether it's drawing out reality based on the information that you're getting from the lessons and being able to apply it. So now you're under pressure. See, that's why a lot of people, they stray away from this knowledge, because the pressure is constant. When you say you got, the pressure is constant. Free to be me said, pressure bursts pipes and makes diamonds. If the virus wasn't enough, the struggle with pigs pushed us over the edge. Right? In this society, we all under pressure. And, in this atmosphere right now, we're seeing how everybody responds to the pressure. Supreme Divine. Freedom. Which freedom is this? You know what I'm saying? We see how a lot of people respond to the pressure. See, when, a lot of people would rather go in a direction where you don't have to show and prove. It's like other places, you don't have to show, you don't have to quote lessons. You don't have to really be teaching. See, out there in the pews, in the pews of the religious life, right? There's no pressure. You just come, listen to whatever the preacher say, turn to the page, read along, sing a song. You understand what I'm saying? And then you go home, put your money in the basket, and that right there relieves you of all the pressure of whatever you've been doing wrong. Supreme Divine said, I have reality going on my side, working on the problems. What it says, I-6 section. All in the business said the pressure of putting that bandana down. The pressure of not doing crime from when. It's funny that you mention these things too, because, I caught a flashback today. I was walking to the store, right? And I'm just going over there to get some all-purpose cleaner, you know what I'm saying? And he said in 6 section. with 6 section. But I'm walking to the store. I'm just going to get some all-purpose cleaner. You know what I'm saying? And something to eat. It wasn't really. And as I'm walking up to the store, right, I start putting my mask on. And as I'm putting the mask on, all of a sudden, I just caught like a flashback where I was like, yo, it wasn't like an idea. It wasn't like I started thinking like, okay, when I get in here, that's how I'm gonna move. But that feeling came over me, that kind of feeling that, look, when I get in here, everybody better cooperate if they know what's good for them. I don't know why it happened. It was just real quick. And look, I even see the dude where it was like, what you looking at? For some reason, I got no idea why that happened. It came out of nowhere, man. I was like, yo, man, these masks is dangerous, man. We gotta stay away from them. Yeah, see, all of the business here, the big one right there. The pressure of keeping your word. See, word is bond. Word is life. The pressure of keeping that. Supreme Divine said the problem book. Let me go back and see what you said. Working on the problems in the problem book. Working on the problems in the problem book. You got to work on the problems out here. He said, even in your own home, you struggle with pressure, not going along to get along, always outnumbered and outgunned. He said, gotta have a lot of understanding before the word goes out. Well, I'm not too familiar. I've seen the problem book, but I'm not familiar with it. So you have to expand on whatever you're talking about the problem book. These is all the things that's going on. When it tells you they continue daily, they're keeping the pressure on. And then you see what you really are. If you a pipe or if you a diamond. You said in the lessons, we don't have a problem book. It's not really a part of our lessons. But is that what you study, Supreme Divine, the problem book? You said a lot is relative. What is it relative to? business of the pressure of being outnumbered and keeping composure and steadfast to the truth. I said Supreme Divine said he studied supreme wisdom. Yeah, I study supreme wisdom only. So because I always get I didn't spend time studying it, so I can't. So the supreme wisdom is in the problem book, right? Somebody explain that to me. I never can recall. The supreme wisdom is in the problem book, or the problem book is in the supreme wisdom. Or the business of the pressure of keeping a closed mouth. If you don't have anything good to say, then don't say anything. You see, a lot of these things that all of the business is saying, right, is the pressure of maintaining your principles. Maintaining your principles and your standards in an atmosphere where those principles and standards may not be respected or upheld. Everybody else might be doing things, or they may be doing it a certain way. Now, under that pressure, you're going to break, you're going to bust like a pipe, or you're going to shine like a diamond. You see, the pressure is just the pressure. How you react to it got to do with who you are. So wait. All right. So the boss said the problem book is in the supreme wisdom. Supreme Divine said both in 120. Wise son, what's the deal? Silver Fox said, I fast and pray that the distractions that are temporarily on pause, like sports, shopping centers, clubs, etc., will not put the majority back to sleep when back on. People are studying now. Silver Fox, that's what we speak about a lot on this channel, since this has been going on, is what's going to be born from all of this. Like, for instance, right now, we're talking about pressure, right? This pressure in society has been being built up for hundreds of years. You understand what I'm saying? It's been being built up for hundreds of years. And so now we see that it's causing a certain amount of destruction. The pressure that people is under in society is causing them to respond in a certain type of way. Whilst you as Supreme Divine, if he has supreme mathematics or divine mathematics. But yeah, getting back to what Silver Fox said, right now it's causing a certain amount of destruction. But what's going to be born? What are the people going to do after this? Will they go back to being appeased? No, I'm not. I'm not saying that the people are being reactionary. You know, Guaranteed they responding. You know what I'm saying? But if somebody slaps you in your face, your response. I wouldn't necessarily say you a reactionary, because what we're speaking about is justice. We talk about a balancing of the scales. Whereas a reactionary is more of a person who, you just responding to what everybody else is doing, you know, kind of haphazardly. But everything that's going on out there has an actual, there's a basis in reality and the basis in what's just and true and righteous. All of the business said, I could have sworn Elijah called 120 the supreme wisdom. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but like I said, I'm not familiar with it, and so I always have to ask, if he Kareem was here, he Kareem would know. So wait, Waju said, do you have supreme mathematics or divine mathematics? And Supreme Divine said, you got me puzzled now. All in the business said, you either going to teach the 85 or they're going to teach you. Yeah. So Waju is asking Supreme Divine, does your mathematics go from knowledge to born? I think I understand what you mean, fam. What he's saying, if correct me if I'm wrong, Waju, is in the temple, they have mathematics that said wisdom, knowledge, understanding, freedom, justice, equality, and Islam. So what Waju is asking you is, do you have those mathematics from the temple, right? Which I never heard of them referred to in that way, but I guess that's what he's calling divine mathematics. Or do you have the supreme mathematics? Because, sometimes it is like, listen, I don't know who else has noticed this. You see, the Muslims have a temple on 127th Street in 6th Avenue, while our school is on 126th Street in 7th Avenue. To see, a lot of times you want to make sure, you know what I'm saying? Do you have the knowledge of the Allah that has a temple on 127th Street and 6th Avenue? Or do you have the knowledge of the Allah who has a school on 126th Street and 7th Avenue? So the fact that, injustice has been happening bottled since we bottled up. And the only thing, injustice has been happening that we bottled up, and the only thing to do is build. Now they're building. I guess sometimes it takes that. That's what I mean by reactionary. I think just as a term, for every action is an opposite but equal reaction. Um, but when you're dealing with these kind of political, social matters, reactionary takes on a little different connotation. You know what I'm saying? You know, uh, Reactionary takes on the connotation that you're actually being controlled by the action. You know what I'm saying? The things what's going on right now, the way I look at it is being controlled by the idea of righteousness and justice. So to me, the government forces are the reactionaries here. They're reacting to people uh, looking for justice by any means. Freebie Me said, I broke down and lost my position on the square. I jumped back on it. It ain't about getting hit. It's about getting hit and getting back up. And see, that's one of the aspects. That's one of the characteristics, right, of really having the knowledge. See, when you really got the knowledge, then you always know how to find your way back because you know where the foundation is. See, if a person don't know where the foundation is, then when they get lost, they lost. And that goes with everything with people, for instance, right? If and there's sometimes I use examples that's not so serious, but examples that we all might have seen, you know what I mean, or we know about. Look, if a basketball player, right, if he say he had a bad week in shooting, what do? He go back to the fundamentals, getting his feet set right. Yes, what I mean? The foundation, you know, getting the flow and the fluidness of his motion. He knows how to find himself back. He knows how to find his way back to scoring like he used to because he got that foundation. See, other guys, you was just lucking up and then your luck ran out. All in the business said when you with the 85 and you're only 5% around, you're either gonna start saying and doing like the 85, or they're gonna start saying and doing like the 5. Association brings about assimilation. So that was what you were saying, wise you? Because that's true. We're not very familiar with the problem book and the 5%. We know the science of it, but it's not introduced to us as the core curriculum. The bus, so when you fall down, you should be able to pick yourself back up. Yeah, that's when you know who you really was. Down south, God by peace. New to the channel. What part of the south you in? Peace says 6 came with solutions. When you say 6, you're talking about the same thing as Supreme Divine. I mean, as Supreme Divine, the problem book. But yet the bar and who is that? Is that Free to Be Me? Yeah, that's about the science of the prodigal son. See, he still knew where his root was. Freedom said if you spend more time with the 85%, you stay as the 85%. Especially in this day and time, I think that's one of the things that is kind of, you know, what's going on right now is kind of pulling the country apart. Is that you know, things are so extreme now that it's it's kind of difficult to be around people that's not like you, because the ramifications of the ideas that y'all have and the, ideologies or whatever you want to call it that y'all have, right, could easily make you clash just because of the way society is right now. It's so extreme. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is extreme. Like, in the last, what's this, June? The last 3 months, I've seen extremes that I never saw before. Like, it's extreme now. Like, if you're pro police, let's say, like Drew Brees, he's been having this mentality his whole life. But now we in a situation where things are so extreme that, just you having that idea is going to cause a problem. When you got to go on a team and play with brothers who, they saw the extreme actions on, the videotape, and not just that videotape. Because remember, like I said, Ahmaud Arbery was the fuse, and George Floyd was the spark. Free Me said these times remind me of the old song. It's getting kind of hectic. I got the power, yeah. I would say so. And Free Divine said, it's just tonight because I've missed something, and that played my mind painful in my case. The only air I can breathe with, I found here, peace to the 5% nation. Infinite satisfaction. Down south say coming in from Florida. What's going on down there in Florida? They still protesting down there? Because they keeping the pressure on here in New York. On the business of self-experience, past few weeks having discussions with people, they say things like black people should and black people need. And I'm like, is that really what I need? Peter said you're only responsible to teach what you know. Rashawn came in. Rashawn said it's going to be a lot of free brownie hits on Breeze this season. I mean, it's I think he realized that when he issued his apology, you know, and you got to think, and this is one of the reasons why, I say, look, whatever is happening is happening. All this idea that, everything is gonna be peace. Look at this for a second. Drew Brees, when you play football on that level, right? Drew Brees has been around brothers his whole life. Like, how do you play football and get to the professional level, right, without knowing some brothers? And if that's still his mentality, see, this is why, that, we're going to appeal to everybody's humanity don't really work for me. But Sean said, let's see if the Saints offensive line holds Breeze down this season. I mean, yeah, that's yet to be seen. We'll have to see that. But I don't know, uh, because you're right, Rashawn. I don't know, you know what I'm saying, like how people taking the apology, like for instance, the apology from Roger Goodell or whatever he said about he's with the protesters, it's like, yeah, come on, man. You know, you expect me to fall for that cock and bull? You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know if the players there is really accepting that. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we getting paid millions of dollars, so you know, I'm gonna come and be in the locker room. But listen, man, other than Blue 42 post to the right, I don't want to hear. Don't say nothing to me. All the business that been a racist kept it as a secret. Secret societies everywhere. Guys, like Devon said that the guys peep. Hold on, let me take this up away from my screen. Did the guys peep Trump's remark to Drew Brees? He tries to re-hijack the cause by saying Drew should never have apologized. I mean, like I said, right now we dealing with the extremes. Like the country is coming apart. You gotta look at the ramifications of certain things. Like, see, there's you know, some things get brushed under the rug, but you gotta pay attention to the propaganda. See, one of the reasons why everybody's going against Trump right now is because Trump is suggesting civil war. Once you got the army out in the streets fighting with the people, that's civil war. You could try to call it civil unrest or whatever you do. You talking about a civil war that's going on. Yeah, I remember a lot of wars, you know, they don't start, you know, just one thing happens, like somebody slaps somebody in the face. And it, like nah, there's things that build up to that. So see all that stuff that you were seeing, like what was that place in West Virginia? See, Rashawn is grimy. He's gonna say he didn't say the Saints. He said the Aints. Come on, Rashawn. You got family down there, man. Why you gonna do them like that? You know, but yeah, Trump is saying, look, the lines is drawn, and this ain't no time to be neutral. You know, and that's what it's coming down to. It's getting harder and harder to be neutral. See, that's one thing the science of war do, man. The science of war is neutrality. See, when the protests come against that town, whether they get rowdy or not, now you can't be neutral no more. Down south said, I drove past the protest yesterday. I don't watch the local news. I really can't tell you. Yeah, I haven't been watching the news. We tune in right here. We tune in right here, and we got people on the scene in probably what, maybe at least 10 states. I would say more than that, but just off the top of my head, I could think of at least 10 states that's in here on the regular that you know, we have people interviewing people on the scene in Minneapolis. Some young brothers we got a chance to talk to. Infinite Satisfaction said Kamal Flowers. Who's Kamal Flowers? He plays for on the offensive line of the Saints. Maxwell Penn said Goodell is a few days late and millions of dollars short. Yeah. And another thing about Goodell, right? For you to say you with the protesters now is kind of on that level where you got these states that have legalized marijuana, right? But then you still got brothers in jail, right? You still got brothers in jail serving time for marijuana, but it's legal now. So if you with the protesters, you know what I'm saying? You know, and look, you know, to tell the truth, I stopped watching football when Kaepernick ain't getting no job. So I haven't really been watching, but you know, football is one of my favorite sports. And one thing for a fact, anybody that watch football can tell you is that 2 years don't go past without somebody in the NFL needing a quarterback. Whether it's because somebody they drafted is a bust, or whether it's because the quarterback that they got gets hurt. You know what I'm saying? So even if you say maybe his skills deteriorated, listen, there's not 56 quarterbacks in the league better than Colin Kaepernick. It's definitely not 56 quarterbacks that have led their team to the Super Bowl. How many quarterbacks in the league right now? It's not 10 quarterbacks in the league right now that have led their team to the Super Bowl. First of all, because the Tom Brady, look how much air he takes up by himself. So that's the phoniness on that, just on his face. But I definitely agree with that, Rashan. Trump said he would be able to murder someone on Fifth Avenue and get away with it before he became president. Well, Fifth Avenue felt they hit Fifth Avenue too. The boss said these apologies seem to me like certain mainstream folks just want to say enough to sound correct and save their reputations to the wide public. Yeah, but just to add on to what you're saying at a greater level, and like I said before, that's the real problem with these Antifa people, right? Is that, and not for me, I'm saying this is why they're being labeled terrorists, because they are employing a perfect strategy against an elite group. See, when you got a small elite group of people, right, their biggest fear is the masses. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, like you're saying, these people that's in society, they have to say whatever it is. Like the dude from Target, he was like, yeah, we with the protesters. He might not be. But the reality is that the biggest fear of any elite group is the masses turning on you. So I agree with you there that these people is making statements, and a lot of them, like we was talking about Drew Brees and Roger Goodell, we really don't know what it means. But the more pressure comes, the more they'll have to come outside of that neutral ground. All in the business, and neutral will get you killed. Neutral will get you killed faster than choosing a side. Yeah? Neutrality is devilish. Rashawn said, did anyone hear about the KKK threatening to kill the mayor of Mobile and all blacks in Alabama? No, I didn't hear about that. When that came up. Wait a minute. Oh, whoa. Kamal, what was his name you put here? He was killed by police. Kamal Flowers was killed by police on Friday night. What happened? Where was this? Yo, these things is coming fast, and because remember a lot of the things, George Floyd happened in real time, but a lot of these other things that we hearing about, this happened months ago, and it's just coming to the surface. Breonna Taylor, I think that happened in the beginning of March. Ahmaud Arbery, remember it was like 3 weeks that the actual event occurred three weeks before the video was leaked and we all saw it. But yeah, what's the silence with the brother Kamal Flowers you talking about? God Sabi Devon said, initially, the National Guard doesn't have the authority to arrest civilians unless the president initiates the insurrection act. You know, and this is just a different time. You know, when that act is from 1907. You know, when America wasn't really, you know, they was beginning their imperial goals, you know, in terms of they already had the Spanish American War. You know what I mean? So they had uh, you know, colonies, whatever they call them, territories, the Philippines, Puerto Rico, uh, part of Cuba. Um, but you know, in 1907, you know, you don't have TV, you don't have people with cell phones, you know, broadcasting in real time on Twitter the things that's going on. Like, see, even uh, you know, a lot of things that a lot of the heavy-handed approaches, like the guy that they pulled his mask down and sprayed him in the face with mace, or the old man that they pushed down and he hit his head. You know, these things wouldn't have been seen, and they would have been able to sweep them under the rug. Yo, it was just a casualty of it was just a casualty of the riots. You know, yeah, we had a riot and this many people got killed, this many people got hurt, but we don't have to go into the details because it wasn't seen. So, you know, them doing that, they could try it, but I'm saying there's political realities to that I don't think they prepared for. As W said, the NFL can't justify why he's not playing without mentioning his off the field views has nothing to do with his skill set. Yeah. You know, and I really thought I thought he was going to get the job in Carolina. I thought that was like the perfect fit because he had a similar skill set to Cam Newton. But, you know, God sent me the monster. The apologies by the NFL or Roger Goodell are just damage control. Notice they never apologized for not allowing players to even kneel. Jerry Jones said, if you don't stand, you don't play. Yeah, we'll see. Now, trust me, they appreciate the kneeling. Listen, out in Santa Monica, California, I bet you they wish that the people just stood outside the store and kneeled. I wish, I bet they wish everybody just stood on the Ave and took a knee right now. But that's the bottom line. You didn't pay attention. You didn't pay attention when Cap tried to tell you. Now look, for the record, what's his name? Mr. Cook. You ain't getting them iPhones back, man. You just turn the track off, you ain't getting nothing back. I feel like going to LA right now just to see everybody with they Jordans and Cartier frames. Free to be me said either you God or the devil, no neutral. Yeah. Christopher Rademacher says I'll shave my head smooth for the next 10 years if somebody finds me on Facebook. Christoph Rademacher. We from Christoph. I mean, is that like a big thing? Shaving your head smooth? Wait, the bar. So you saying this guy did? All right, so Infinite said that they said Kamal had a gun on Friday night in New Rochelle. Did this guy used to pay for the charges? That's what the bar is asking. But now I ain't hearing about this, and that's right there. But like the brother said, yeah, I haven't been watching the news. All in the business said not one iPhone arrest. Yeah, man, what do you think? Them things down in Mexico right now, man. They out in Chinatown. Dudes replace their screens. And so what was the infinite this is the 21,000, this is the $1 million question that always, $64,000 question that always comes up. At least for me. Did they find the gun? See, because like for instance, I keep asking, where's the fake $20 bill that supposedly George Floyd had? Where's the cigarettes? Where's the cigarettes from what's the brother's name from Staten Island? I don't know why I can never recall his name. Where's the cigarettes? Where's the gun from Amadou Diallo? See, a lot of times they say these things and they never produce the probable cause. They never produce it. Oh, this says former Florida Gators great and ex-NFL wide receiver Reggie Caldwell was tragically killed on Saturday night. So what happened? Was that a situation with officers too? Eric Garner, yeah. Where's the cigarettes that Eric Garner had? They never produced them. But what was the situation with the Reggie Caldwell situation, DeBar? But there's been a lot of things happening. I heard they threw a woman off the roof or something in Florida. They just starting to get to the point where I can barely keep up. So Infinite said, yeah, they said they found a gun, but no video evidence. So the body cams malfunction again. Because I'm starting to notice a little pattern with that too. That when you have definitive proof that what you did was right, then we have body cam footage of everything. But then when it's the gray area, somehow we don't know why, but the camera got turned off in the scuffle. Recall it was a situation. How many people recall it was a situation where the cops have made up some whole story about what happened, but they didn't realize that the dash cam from one of the cop cars was actually capturing the whole thing. Oh, so Dubois, this is a situation in Tampa Bay, Florida. Uh, the brother that played in the NFL, his girlfriend said that he was ambushed by 3 men when he was going into his car. So that's a tragedy, but SW said Phil Body Can is the cop version of the banana in the tailpipe. Yeah, and these things like, you expect me to fall for some cock and ball like that? Remember Grady? Remember Grady from Sanford and Son? You expect me to believe a cock and ball story like that? You saw that too, SW, with the dash cam footage, right? Where they busted their own self with the dash cam footage. As long as said body scams. Yeah, I mean, uh let's see, let's see what happens. Because right now they can't control, some of the things that's happening right now. If you recall, if you ever see now, right, the army, they have reporters embedded with them. The reason for that is because in Vietnam, you have reporters just going over there talking to the common people. So a lot of things that they know about the atrocities that was being committed in Vietnam is because you just had regular reporters coming back and reporting on it. The same way you just have regular people posting this stuff to their Twitters and Facebooks and YouTubes or whatever. The comments only said body cam footage is as good as closed circuit TV footage. Yeah, Dubois, yeah. You're right about that. All the camera stuff, man. And you know what else too? What else is kind of a new development, or I wouldn't say new, but it's like starting to come into play a lot more. Is we don't just have videotape no more. We got audio. So suppose if the George Floyd situation, right? Supposing the George Floyd situation, they was like, well, while we had him on the ground, he was threatening us and he was making, terroristic threats. But see, now we got audio. See, like Rodney King just have video. You see, at least starting with Eric Garner, we've had audio. I'm gonna tell you another thing, guys like Devon too, that I was thinking about, that 1807 Insurrection Act. And if you notice, a lot of uh, a lot of the higher ups in the military establishment, they not with that. Because I'm gonna tell you something. If they do that, if they bring too much military force, right, they're gonna destroy the army for decades. Meaning the vision, the idea, right, that the kids is gonna grow up with of who the army is and what it is that they do and what principles and standards they uphold is gonna change if they come out here firing on the people. I think that's gonna be I think it's gonna be some heavy results for the police too. You know what I'm saying? As far as it how police see the benefits of getting that job. You know, if police start to become or if police start to be held accountable for the things that they do, right, it's gonna stop being seen as just an easy pension, an easy thing that you can do and have benefits and get a pension. Which is, that's why the vast majority, they talking all this, we here to save lives and all that. No, you're not. You just wasn't, you didn't have all that much academic achievements. And this was a way for you to get, a job with good benefits and a pension. But, if it comes down to, if you don't do the right thing, because pretty much now all you got to do is stick with it. And see these things being caught on camera is going to increase. It's going to increase the chance that people believe that stuff now. It's going to increase the chances that people believe it because we've seen you in action. We saw you push that old man down and bust his head open, made blood come out his ears. We saw you do that. Contact Divine said the military within the military will split. Then we will have ready-made militias city to city. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's civil war implications with them bringing the military out. Like, look, it's people that's retired. Those militia people. I don't know. I'm not saying that specifically what you're talking about, but there's militia type people that's like, nah, we was in the army too. The same people that be buying them ARs. That's the reason the people that be talking about liberty, they don't want no smoke with black people. They want to smoke with the government. So they're going to create a situation. If they come out and attack the people, then I don't know if they're ready for it. It's not 1907. You're not dealing with well, at least in New York, you're not dealing with a largely immigrant, illiterate population who was used to maltreatment from the government in the countries where they came from. You're dealing with a whole other group of people that got a whole other set of standards and a whole other set of knowledge about what's going on. And you have international eyes. See, it's going to be difficult for you to go to the UN, right, and talk about oppression and repression, right, when we saw you on videotape. Queen Mecca, what's going on? Well, as you said, trick knowledge expired in 1914. No more shield to hide behind. Well, the trick knowledge, it expired. Its shield is to hide. You understand what I mean? The shield is to hide. But see, if you make the people blind, deaf, and dumb, right? Then, like you said, even if the trick knowledge shield is down, the people are still blind, deaf, and dumb, so they still ain't seeing it. But see, now it's becoming more and more obvious because the reality has created a pressure where people can't ignore it. You can't say you didn't see it or you don't know, you're not from the inner city. Nah. Now it's on everybody's doorstep. Free to Be Me said, check the old video game State of Emergency. That must be after my time. I never heard of that one. Is it like a console game or arcade game? Josh Ivy Devon said, I know this crazy white dude who's been talking that Rage Against the Machine stuff. His gun game is crazy. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And all of these is the things, like you got people that, like I said, that was Charles Manson's idea. You know what I'm saying? Was that he was starting some type of race war that was going to be about the downfall of the government. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know him. I haven't studied his philosophy and all that, but I'm saying what I have read about it was that he was trying to start a race war, right, between the government and black people or whatever. And in the end, he thought that black people was going to win, but they was going to need his guidance. Rashawn said, I propose mandatory minimum sentences for police who kill unarmed suspects. I also propose police not being able to pull a gun unless someone has a gun. These seem like perfect sense to us. You got to talk to Pat Lynch. You got to tell Pat Lynch that this stuff is only right. But you're right. See, those are the type of things that's why they don't want to do it. That's the reason why they don't want to do it, is because they know that now it's not an automatic pension. It's not just, look, come down, bust a couple heads, you know what I'm saying? Check benefits, get your kids' teeth fixed. People said they living out the trick. The boss said wanted to use the National Guard to hold. Trump wanted to use the National Guard to hold the protesters and use more force. That could turn out to be a civil rights crime, using military to fight the people. It is. I don't know other forms of or other governments and how they do it, but in America, the army is not supposed to be against the people. The army is only supposed to be in support and in protection of the borders and the freedoms of the American people. So you fundamentally change the whole oath that they take. Quashim said, I met the black version of Tackleberry. He's ready for the revolution. His gun, knife, and sword game is tight. He's ready for the revolution. Yeah, and those are the people, man. That's what I'm saying. And to me, that's why they have to label what's going on right now as terrorism and all types of things, because that's the most dangerous thing to a large organized force, right? Or to a moderate size is a larger unorganized force. Because see, those organized forces like the military, yeah, they can do something, but it take them days to move from here to there, left to right. For them, they got to get in formation and do all this stuff. See, but when you're just dealing with people that can move in real time like that, they can't control it. And so that's all they could do is to try to label them, because now if they just go in on the attack before they label them as terrorists, now you're gonna get, you're gonna get Tackleberry out there. That's like Devon said. Malcolm said it best: chickens coming home to roost. The government breathed the idea to revolt under the impression that they are by the people and for the people. You hit it on the head right there. You hit it on the head right there. See, they can no longer say they're government for the people, by the people, right? When you got people in every city protesting, and even the people who's not protesting is in support of some type of change here, right? That's what I'm saying. That the ramifications of the ideas, like for instance, remember when they was doing Desert Storm, and he said, "Look, we got to win the hearts and minds of the people." You see what I'm saying? Like, see, when they destroyed Germany, right? America took West Germany, Russia took East Germany. They won the hearts and minds of the West Germans over by bringing McDonald's and Mickey Mouse and all of that stuff there. To tell them that, nah, this is what we really was about. It wasn't us. It was you. It was because you voted for Hitler. That's why we came in and did what we did. But they're going to lose the hearts and minds of their own people. You know what I'm saying? And then that's what I'm saying. Like, if they do that, the recruitment class next year is going to have like 10 races in it. There's going to be like 10 races that didn't like that, and they ready to join the army so they can shoot at their own people. That's the only people you're going to get involved with that. Right, sure I said, because they soft and can't rumble. I mean, that, and look, that's historically what's happened. They've never been able to conquer people like that. I ain't, at least not that I know. Like that's one of the reasons why the Romans never conquered the Germans, because they didn't fight in an organized way like that. See, now the Indians, right, the Native Americans, they was a large uh, force. I don't want unorganized might be a bad word. They don't move in a predictable way. You see what I'm saying? But their mistake is they came on the open battlefield and tried to meet that large organized force head on. See, that's when they effective. When they meeting head on in they type of terms, large open fields and everything. But when you got this type of urban stuff where people they going through that block and that block, how you gonna get a whole division through there? Vietnam was the same type of thing. They didn't have a force that was meeting them head on like this. You see what I'm saying? So it played to all the weaknesses of a organized type of force like that. Right, Rashawn said Colin Powell and other military admirals and generals are condemning Trump, saying he's doing unconstitutional things. That's what I'm saying. That the ramifications, but see, the ship has already left the port. Ship has already left the port. But yeah, if he was to take that step, see, at that point, listen, once you do that, you know, there's other things in the founding documents. I don't know if it's in the Declaration of Independence or in the Constitution. In fact, it is. It's in both. In the Declaration of Independence, it says something to the nature of, when tyranny gets too great, then the people have no choice but to take up arms. And when you deal with what's that, the Fourth Amendment, the right to bear arms, that's not the right to bear arms for each other per se in the Constitution. The right to bear arms is against the government if they become tyrannical. So that's why you see the whole military establishment coming out against him. Like even the people that currently serve in his cabinet is like, nah, you can't do that. See, all that's the pressure. That's what I'm saying. That's the pressure right there. To maintain, they under pressure to maintain the standard of the propaganda of the American way, right? And balance that with maintaining the corporatocracy, the plutocracy, the ability to make money and subjugate people. And it's an election year. I don't know how much confidence I have in Biden. I don't have too much confidence in Biden. But I'm pretty sure if he starts letting the army shoot at the people, that would be the end of Trump. That's the whole put this time. We got to get some people that be out there to protest to see what's going on out there right now. Like, I want to know from somebody that's in there, like, what's the plan? Like, is the plan to just keep going and keep going? Like, this is, is this also a part of the new normal? Like we dealing with a new normal now from the health crisis, right? Is, protesting going to be the new normal? Because it doesn't seem to be a shortage of these situations going on. And like also, they throwing Chauvin under the bus. The other dudes probably too. They throwing all of them under the bus. But just seeing them convicted, that's like appeasement. Until there's real, there's some type of change in uh, how individuals interact. How the police interact with the community. We ain't really do nothing. Guys like Devon said, can Biden be any worse than Trump? Quashim said, Biden has a wicked smile. My impression of him is that of a real bloodsucker. Actually, he showed and proved it through his actions. Yeah, that's pretty much what I think about Biden, too. You know what I mean? He's somebody that I think the word is panders. Like he panders to black people or whatever. But his real set of standards, black people don't really match up with that. You know what I'm saying? In terms of the way that he wants to live his life. You know what I'm saying? The community that he wants to be a part of, how he wants to see America look. You can be black, you know what I'm saying, as long as you fit into that. If any expression of, your culture, outside of that, I don't, this is the guy that he was the person who who got the Clinton crime bill through Congress. Clinton signed it, but Biden was the one who provided all of the arguments in Congress that convinced everybody to vote for it. And that's something you got to realize, that look, even in terms of dealing with the police, that's something that it's like they got a certain set of standards that, look, this is how it's supposed to look over here. So if I see something that's out of place, that's who I that's who I deal with, is the person that just looks out of place to me based on my standards. SW said, yeah, he tried to exploit us for his benefit. Like most of them, he's not for us. That's why he doesn't resonate with the masses. Politics is real goofy, yeah. But these are the perfect people. These are the perfect people for the masses if the masses are ignorant. Because they're presenting themselves as so different that it makes a person who's unaware think that they're making a choice. But in all reality, it hasn't been that many things that one president did and the next president came in and changed it. Like mostly whatever Bush was doing, Obama just doubled down on it. Trump came in and changed a couple of things. I remember when Carter, when Jimmy Carter was in office, he was a peanut farmer. So they used to always say that in the White House there was always bowls of peanuts. But when Reagan came in office, he liked jelly beans. So he banned the peanuts from the White House and started making it be jelly beans. in the bowls. So that's another change that I remember one president. But I'm saying I don't recall, you know, nothing that's, significant. Like, we invaded your country. Like, yo, you know what? That was wrong. We're gonna pull the troops out. They just come in and give you some lip service about, we doing the best we can to de-escalate. We reducing troop numbers. You understand what I'm saying? But we ain't never going to say, look, that was our bad. We going, we blew up your country. Look, here's a little bit of paper, build it back. Yeah, I ain't never really seen that. Right, as W said, yeah, they mascots. They mascots. Just representing an idea, but that's not even really who you are under that suit. I said what Devon said, it seems like, at least in Queens, cops are making more of an effort to say hi to me in the streets, even when I mean mug them. I mean, yeah, because the people are united and they got no way of knowing. That's why I'm saying that I think this is going to have an impact between that type of thing, where now they can't be sure what their relationship is with the community, and you couple that with being held accountable for busting heads, you're going to get a drop in people that's willing to be police. Supreme Devon said, how about coming to New York when school opens? I mean, you got to wait until phase 2, I think, in New York. So the school is not going to be open immediately. The first phase of the reopening is supposed to start tomorrow. But that's only for, like, it's still essential. You gotta like, if you go to a restaurant or something, or certain stores, you still can't go inside. You could do curbside pickup. But of course that has to be balanced with the protests, because I don't know about other places, but they got New York shook. Like, it's places that's boarded up that the protesters haven't even been over there. And I mean, they boarded up. SW said, I don't mean mug the cops. They got their own things to worry about. I got to play my part in keeping things as civil as possible. Yeah, my motto is generally to stay as far away from them as possible. When they speak to me, I don't speak back. Maxwell Restaurant said, Cuomo pushing a bill to lock up people who forcibly call the police on people based on race. Yeah, I heard about that. What do they call them? The Karens. The Karens, the white women that call the police and falsely accused. Yeah, that's Sean. They said they want to make that a hate crime. That's going to be a hate crime now. Josh Devon said, unless there's video evidence, how can that be proven? I mean, I think you're going to, the video is not going to be, Paige, what's the deal? The video is not going to be needed as much now, in my opinion. We're dealing with a situation now where enough videos has come out to give credibility when somebody says to give credibility when somebody says they've been mishandled under the by the law. Right, Sean said, I propose we call it Karen's law. You know what they calling it? I think it's the say their name law. Say their name. That's apparently some other slogan that's coming from all this controversy. One aspect of it is say the police's name and say who they are, say what they did, what's their record, why do you hide these people for days, you know what I'm saying? And everything is kind of secret about them. And it's also about saying the names, this person is not just a casualty, this person is not just, you know, people that got injured during the riots. This is an old man that you pushed down for no reason, or did you see the other one where the dude, he called the lady a stupid bitch, and then he pushed her so hard that he launched her like 10 feet backwards. She hit her head on the curb. All of these types of things, that's what happens. They get swept under the rug, they become anonymous, and then we don't, what I'm saying, no, nothing happens. Rashawn said, glad it's going to be a hate crime. They got to put the screws to these people. Rashawn says, say their name is based on the victims of police assassination. All right. Yeah, I mean, I got the gist of it, but I didn't know what it. But that's what they call in the law right now, to say their name law. Klashim said, I heard Becky Amber Ways cursing her pops out. Somebody must have laid it down hard. That's the only thing that make white women curse their own father. Hey man, are you talking about the girl that did you see the one with the little girl who was trying to teach? She was trying to teach her parents about she was trying to teach her parents about inequality. Yeah, right, Sean. This was I think this was like the first night they was in Brooklyn. But that cop, he got caught on camera. So it's some is going to be some type of ramifications about it. And see, that's what I'm saying. If that's gonna be happening, look at the situation that happened in Buffalo. When they realized that they could be held accountable, all of a sudden these dudes all resigned from that unit. Now, why did they resign? Is it because you realize that you do this kind of stuff all the time? So if that happened to them over that, then it could easily happen to you for a lot of things you did. That's going to cut down on the amount of people that's willing to participate in that. You see what I'm saying? Look, the same way it does on the street side. You start telling people, look, nah, man, the penalty for this 25 life, you're going to get a reduction in that behavior. You're gonna get a reduction in that behavior. That's like Devon said. But how but now you always have a lot of false claims to that with no video evidence. The movement can suffer for that. The boy who cried wolf. Well, the only thing I could say for that is we got to continue to be the way that most people that I know, the way they reacted to the Jussie Smollett case, in my opinion, I mean, my thing was, yeah, you need to go to jail. He needs to go to jail for exactly the reason that you said. You know what I'm saying? If we got all these people that we saying they making false accusations against us, we can't be protecting people, that's trying to use our situation for. I don't really don't know what it's called. But for me personally, it was something that I heard of, and then when I heard the way the story went, he was like, "Yo, they poured bleach on him and put a rope around his neck." So automatically I was like, "All right, how many people are walking around with bleach in the middle of the winter, in the middle of the night, in the city of Chicago?" You know what I'm saying? And then I'm gonna tell you what really made me not believe him. He said that he got attacked, and then when he got home, he realized that he had a noose on his neck. All right, look, I can't believe that. I listen. I know believe is a strong word, but what I'm telling you is I do not believe that you can put a rope around a black man's neck without him noticing. Not no white people. Put a rope around my neck without me noticing. And you being attacked in a racist incident, and you didn't notice a rope was around your neck. And then hold on, you left it on until the police came. You didn't feel like, my G. That was far fetched for me. Sean said, Cuomo said the cops wilding during the protest are going to be held accountable. Said it's all been caught on tape and they still do it. Yeah, I mean, it appears, that's something that I've been seeing, is that the cops don't appear to have learned the lessons that the streets have learned. That listen, man, it's cammed up out here, man. You can't do the same things you used to do. But listen, this is the bottom line of that, though, right? It's police privilege. That's one of the things that privilege is. You see what I'm saying? Like, see, Dynamite Bob and the cats down there in Alabama. I don't know if you know Dynamite Bob. When that church, remember that I don't want to remember. Most of us probably wasn't born then, but the church in Birmingham, and all those churches that was blowing up, that was a dude named Dynamite Bob, a white guy, KKK, right? Dynamite Bob knew that even if he got caught, that when he went to trial, he was going to be acquitted. So that's why they had no, we don't really have to hide. We just ride at night to scare them. The night riders of the Klan. We ride at night to scare them and all of that. But we don't have to hide. We know what time it is. Remember, these guys used to be doing things, right? And some of the night riders, some of the people that's going out to perpetrate these crimes, right, are in the police force. Some of them are the sheriff. So because you have so much privilege, like that's what I saw on the George Floyd, the tape with George Floyd. Like the dude looks right in the camera of the people filming him. That's how much police privilege they have between these union rules and contracts and different laws that's been passed. They feel that level of privilege. And if that privilege goes away, Josh Ivy Devine said, great example. When I first heard he was attacked, I was tight. Then after further review, I was like, yo, this cat is lying. And that caused doubt which led to dissension. His alternative lifestyle brothers turned their backs to him, saying our community took a step back with his false claims. Right. You know, we gotta be the first ones to call that out. See, remember we was building on yesterday when I was saying the inequality in your own community cause other communities to treat you with inequality. So now we don't want 1,000 stories coming out that could be proven as false. But see, you know what ends up happening though. And that's what's funny about the law, right? See, a person who tries that will end up, they will end up becoming a victim of the law that first was supposed to be proposed to protect them. Because at the end of the day, that person, right, who makes the false accusation that a white woman called the police on him for a false accusation is now guilty of that hate crime. Like Sean said, they need to give Chauvin the death penalty. Well, what is the because the charges moved from what murder 3 to murder 2. So what is the new maximum under the murder 2 statute in Minnesota? Does any have they announced that yet? I think it's up to 40 years now. I think he went from he can max out at 25 to he can max out at 40. Right. Is there capital punishment in Minnesota? I doubt it. Now, if it can be proven that it was some type of interaction from the job, then maybe we could go up to murder 1. Maybe, I don't know, you know. Tommy Robinson, what's the deal? But if that kind of protection goes away, then you will see a difference in the treatment. You see a difference in even the people who's attracted. You see a difference in the people who's even attracted to that kind of job. As Sean said, no capital punishment, then he needs to get the L bid. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're gonna throw him under the bus. Because like I said, you know, uh, if he don't get convicted, I think Target gonna put a hit out on him. Like, Scram, you know how much you cost us? We got attacked in every city, man. So that's a whole other aspect of things. You know, I don't think the world, Craig, the world is prepared for these protests to keep going on. You know what I'm saying? Because it's going the way it's going down. I really don't think they, you know, outside of the mindset, does the government perpetuate racism and inequality or the people? If the answer is the government, then why would they ever enact a bill to eradicate said views? Like I said, right now, it's the pressure of knowing that they are an elite group. Like there's a there's a that's a flaw in democracy. Is that I wouldn't say it's a flaw, but that's a dangerous thing in democracy for the elite is that we could all just vote to take their money. Like if they put a referendum and say, look, if you got over $20 billion, then we confiscating the rest and we splitting it up amongst the poorest people. If they put that referendum on the ballot, it's going to go through. And that was actually a question that was debated in Greece. Like they say, Greece was the founders. The Greeks was the founders of democracy, right? So the question came up in Greece as it did in America when they first was instituting this system, right? Of how do we safeguard the elite from getting their stuff taken by the masses? So in Greece, what they decided is to deal with more equality, so that the people wouldn't feel, the masses of the people wouldn't feel like they need to do that. They decided we're going to make a more equal society. Of course, that's easy because we all Greek. We probably related in some way. So it's easy for us to deal in inequality with our own. But when we already built a society on inequality, where it is impossible for us to thrive without some people being subjugated, then equality is not an option. So the founders in America decided to put these safeguards in as laws and policies that keep these people separated. Keep these people separated so that there will never be a unified force that we can't handle. So right now that they seeing this type of thing where all of the seas is united against them, like trust me, there's some rich kids out there too. Mayor de Blasio's daughter got arrested. There's poor people, there's black people, there's Spanish people. The Mormons came out. The Amish, not the Mormons, the Amish came out. I don't know about the Mormons because they got some racist stuff in their ideology. You know what I'm saying? But that's just a science of societies in terms of democratic society. So at this point in time, they have to make some concessions. Like, look, even having democracy itself, having communism, having socialism, all these are things to appease the people, to make them feel like they're participating in the government. Because when you had the monarch system, people didn't participate in the government. You just followed the decrees of the king. And then when that didn't work out, people started attacking the monarchs. So you get the king of France and the queen, they get their head chopped off, right? A lot of other things happen to other people, but I'm hearing major things where there was revolution that actually destroyed monarchies. You know what I'm saying? World War I was started by some, common poor dude shot some royal people. So they got to make some concessions in order to pacify the people. So that's why they would do it at this time. You know what I'm saying? Not because they like people, but because they realize what's the danger of the masses against an elite. Yeah, this is something right here too, Rashawn. He said Chauvin's crime, he's got to get at least 25. Yeah, I think that's another thing. And if it's gonna be any type of change, right? Then yeah, the duty of whatever other offices are there, you know what I'm saying, there has to be some accountability for the blue wall of silence. You know what I'm saying? The same way, you know, if you don't cooperate, you don't give information to the Lord, and you serve more time, than those who snitch. Because at the end of the day, uh, that could go a long way in terms of, how many times we see something happening where a cop is going overboard, you know what I'm saying? And the other cop could have said, yo, all right, we got him. The other cop could have said, that's enough. But they don't have no incentive to do that. Rashawn said, can they bring Fed charges on those cops in Minneapolis? Yeah, they could bring Fed charges, but I don't think the feds, the feds, they're going to try them for civil rights violations. To my knowledge, they don't have, that's the thing about the federal law, really, I think until the 80s, didn't really have a lot of, common crimes on the, in their, in their penal code, in the federal penal code, wasn't that extensive. But, actually in the beginning of this, that's what Trump spoke on. He was saying, I'm putting the attorney general on this, and if we find something, we're going to prosecute that. Quashim said a lot of people forget that the cops rioted along with Big Head Rudy when they protested Dinkins. Yeah. Yep. I do recall that. And that was like a big thing too, man, because the other cops had to go out there and, quell the riot. I do recall that. I don't know why that slipped my mind, Quashim, but that right there, hey, what about black on black crime? What about black on black crime? I do recall that. They had a lot of times because it was some type of it was some type of the contract thing was going on. They was trying to get their new contract. The boss said the majority of Minneapolis City Council agreed Sunday to dismantle the city's police department after the in-custody killing of George Floyd, a council member said. I wonder what's the meaning. Uh, dismantle the police department. I mean, that can mean a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? They you know, uh, whatever, the cities, they incorporated or whatever, and then they allowed to have a police department. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, that don't mean it's not gonna be police. You know what I'm saying? Like Minneapolis, the city, it, the city police, but then there may be another county entity or some other kind of entity, or maybe they mean they're gonna, make that present, uh, like kind of the power structure, like dismantle. Um, how would you say it? Well, I don't know the language exactly to use. Quashim probably, could say this a little more succinctly than me. But for instance, when you dealt with the situation with Ahmaud Arbery, right? Um, uh, you see how the cop, he worked for the district attorney's office, and then the district attorney, looked the other way and all of that, right? So this kind of structure where the people who know each other, you get rid of them and you bring in some new people who haven't been around each other like that. So even if they become corrupt, it kind of slows it down because they got to wait and see who's who. You understand what I mean? Like if we all new here, I got to see if you with the business. You understand what I'm saying? Peace, Quashing, no doubt. Quashing said, blue on blue crime. Hey, look, let somebody say something to me. I'm bringing that up now. That's some ammo right there. Good looking for that, Quashing. We're about black on background. But yeah, I would like to see, how that turns out. You know what I'm saying? God cited the bonds that the government will concede to an extent to maintain so-called balance within the system of governing men, born from the truth, not to exceed the perpetual debt that's placed on the masses. Right now, you hit on something right there. We see that they have to find a new way to do this oppression. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? Is that just like with slavery, right? Now you got to put using these people, right, for free labor in a different light. You gotta word it differently. It's got to be convict labor. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be sharecropping. We can't say slaves no more. You know what I'm saying? Or look, we can't say black people. We got to say thugs. We got to say criminals. We got to say uh, poverty-stricken neighborhoods. So absolutely, the people that they're protecting, right? The people that the police is protecting, they're not ready to give up their grip. You know what I'm saying? But they just realize that we're gonna have to make adjustments right now. You know what I'm saying? You can't say nigga. Right. The boss, yeah. The boss said, they can do something like shift Minneapolis into another law enforcement department's division. Yeah, one thing, somebody else was, oh yeah, nah, that's Devon. That's the good brother Devon. And Josh Simmons not in here either. Um, does anybody know what the political apparatus of the city of Minneapolis, what does it look like? You know what I'm saying? Like how, in the bar, in Baltimore, I said the bar because he rests in Baltimore. But in Baltimore, the political structure is all black people. The mayor, the city council people, the chief of police. So that's always another question to me too. Like, how do they preside over some of this stuff? You know what I'm saying? I don't know if SW is still on here, but kind of like the way he's talking about with Ras Baraka, when he came in, he made a lot of changes because, like, dude, I'm not going to preside over this type of treatment. So, what does the political structure of Minneapolis look like? 793rd. Ota I. Ota I, it's been a minute, man. How you been? Welcome back to the channel. Matter of fact, yeah, everybody, do the each one teach one. Hit the like button for me. You know what I'm saying? But listen, thank y'all. You know what I'm saying, for hitting the like button. All the DJs. I said it earlier. A lot of people came in now. The 800 subscriber sale is on. If you look in the description box, all those links are the links to my different online stores. Everything is 10% off. Everything is 10% off from now until June 13th. The code that you use at checkout is in the box. 800 subs. 10% discount on everything. So thank you, DJs. But yeah, Alter I said, can you see rioting and or looting as a viable way to deter gentrification while also forcing down the cost of living? Um, well, uh, you just put it in a different kind of wording that, you know what I'm saying, in terms of using that as a strategy to do that per se. Um, the thing is, Alter I, and this is what I think got to go hand in hand with that, is that now the members of our community that's walking around, you know, this first black billionaire in your industry set, those are the people who have to reinvest. I ain't gonna say they have to, it's their money, but I'm saying if they were to reinvest, see, like you said, okay, now the community is down, right? The property prices or whatever in the community is down. You know, these people who they go out there and, you know, especially in the entertainment industry, they use the names, and reputations of these places, right, to boost their career. Those are the individuals that will have to be a part of the rebuilding effort in this country. You see what I'm saying? Because see, whether we talking about rioting and looting or whatever it is, that's what really makes it a revolution when we really change it over. You see what I'm saying? Meaning that, let's look at the American Revolution. Yeah, that was a way to take down the cost, right, of the taxation without representation. I'm saying that was one of the issues in the Revolutionary War. See what I'm saying? But now the Americans, right, have to rebuild their own country now. Whoever's the rich people, the Thomas Jeffersons, the George Washingtons, you know, the Samuel Adams, all of these people now have to be the ones to rebuild the country. So we got to look at the same thing in our neighborhoods, you know, or our cities, however you want to look at it. And it's an opportunity, you know, that's why I said don't just stop at just, you know, forcing down the cost of living. Understand that it's an opportunity to build a new Black Wall Street. You know what I'm saying? A new, you know, Tulsa, or, you know, whatever. Because see, those are just famous instances. In reality, every place where it was black people, they had their own economy. But those particular one, I mean, they probably was the most prosperous. I can't speak as far as that. You know why it is that they're more popular than other places, but the the segregation actually forced every black community to have their own economy. So when we actually complete, you see what I'm saying? See, if it's just rioting and looting, then we dealing with destruction. But if we actually complete that by having something to born, then, like I said, it's not rioting and looting, it's a revolution. You know, the French Revolution is not called a riot. You see what I'm saying? When I'm saying when we add what you said with what I said, right? Uh, you know, it's a revolution. Knowledge said he thinks that the power structure in Minneapolis is colored man. mostly colored. The bar said the city council, mayor, police chief, and treasurer in Baltimore are all original people. Which shirts you talking about? The high explosives? The high explosives is in the hold on. Let me tell you which link takes you. The one that says bit.ly lab store 2, you should see. You talking about the high explosive shirt? 793rd said Newark and Detroit are standing strong towards the direction there there already has been on prior from past corruption, so it seems. So you saying that it's been so much corruption in the past that, you know, whoever comes into Newark or Detroit right now, they can make some progress, but it's going to be a ways to go for a while. The high scientist is in there. The high explosives is in there. I just checked. Alta, I said the cost of real estate is less an obvious investment. Well, we can see it. We can see it ain't the looters being represented. Um, you know, we gotta we gotta understand that the white man ice is not colder. Alta, I said the Boston Tea Party is not a riot in the historic sense, right? Because see, this is what I'm saying. When you add what you saying with what I'm saying, right? When okay, you run out the people who's oppressing you, and then you build your own stuff, you become the winner. You see what I'm saying? And in terms of history, the winners are the ones who write it. That makes you the winner. See, when you just destroy and then you don't complete the cipher by taking it to born and making sure that it's born alive, right? Then it's like 793rd say, you see Detroit and Newark, you know what I'm saying, where it's like, almost everybody ended up being a loser. You know what I'm saying? Not a loser as a person, but a loser, from the event that occurred. We all lost. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, uh, a lot of the history that's, happened with the original people in America, everybody was losers. Yeah, the high explosive shirt is in the store. It's in the Shopify store. 793rd said if you notice, Detroit and Newark is not rioting this time. Yeah, they do have I guess the experience of knowing, what could be the impact of this is probably very poignant in those two places, you know. But it was in other places too, in the way they reacted to it in those other places is they went to the white area this time, you know, Santa Monica, Soho, Center City. Yeah, SW was saying there's no riots there. But and see, look, that's gonna, that might, and the 85. So I love it. But that might really raise Ross. Uh, that might raise his I don't want to, what's the word? Not credibility. Like his cachet. Like they're gonna have to figure that out. They're gonna have to ask you how you did that. Like, dude, we know Newark, man. We seen we seen the show. What was that show we talk about, SW? The show where they had the gang members. Hey, look, we seen that show, man. How'd you get them? How'd you, how'd you get them to not wild out, man? In Newark, they're gonna have to ask themselves that. And you know, I know how Ross is gonna play. Never teach the Wu Tang. never, never teach the Wu Tang. If you give me a couple billion, look, just let me run the whole Jersey. I got you. Or to I said, I'm not taking losses. I'm making them lose with clear instruction on how to destroy so we can rebuild. Exactly. You know, that's what you got to. Which I don't know what your physical degree is. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I've taken my time to do. You know what I'm saying? Build with the young people that I know. You know what I'm saying? And some of the old people that I know. To get them to understand that. Look, you gotta understand that. You reach a certain age where you get used to being sick and tired. You see, the young, they don't. We not with the sick and tired stuff. We got things to do. So I give them some advice. On that same thing what we was just building on that. Look, make sure you keep in mind what comes after this. Don't let them shape what comes after this, just like you didn't let them shape what's going on right now. Because you're going to end up in the same place. As W said, we can't destroy here. Most of them are already broken, unemployed. People want things to come back. People want things to come back to what it says. Wait, what's this you talking about, Artai? You said you lost your brother in the physical sense. One of your brothers returned to the essence recently. Whoa. Tommy Robinson said rebellion are positive results like Haiti. No riots. Exactly. Ross had Murphy. Murphy is the governor of New Jersey. The SW talk about. Said Ross had Murphy down protesting with the people in South Jersey. Mm. SW said Ross has been building and he came from the school system. I mean, the public Newark school system. Politicians don't like him because of his pops. They've been targeting him for the longest. Yeah, well, they're gonna have to fall back right now. Because it, you know, if nothing else, they're gonna have to try to use him to get the people back. They're gonna have to try to use him. And I'm not saying that he's dumb enough to be used. You know, he's gonna be reversing the game on them if they try to use him. But I'm saying that they're gonna have to try to use him to get the people back because they can see clearly that the people is with him and he got his finger on the pulse of what they need, or because they didn't rebel against him. See, the rest of y'all cities, y'all people rebelled against y'all. And then especially, you know what I'm saying, for it to be Newark in the history that's going down in Newark, for him to have made it come out like that, but just as well, you know what I'm saying, the way they're gonna be doing it, I'm saying the original people need to look at that too. You know, what he's done, you know, if maybe it hasn't manifested, you know, in the form of a whole bunch of businesses coming back there yet, but at least the way it's manifested in the mentality of the people, that's something to pay attention to. Semi Samael. Semi Samael, man. What's the other L brother, man? Y'all never be together no more, man. We never see the L brothers in here together. Oh yeah, I Kim, yeah, man. Oh man, yeah, I Kim. That was, man. Yeah, man. That was a pretty ridiculous situation right there, man. The world would have been a different place, man, if I was still here, man. Tell me. That was one of the best brothers, man. You know what I'm saying? Out of you know what I'm saying? I was teaching, man. That was one of the best brothers right there. And that whole group is kind of still together. Like all the people that came during that time. Let's see what's up. A little out. You know, so I said to bring it back clear that the youth see it. Like if I can't shop, no one will. Fifth Avenue shut down, gentrification pushed out. I mean, yeah. You know, the youth, I don't think there's ever been a revolution, man, that was conducted by old people. As W said, he's attempting to lead by example. Other states are taking note, allegedly. What's going to happen? True King, the True King shirt is in the Shopify store. Yeah, y'all gonna start having white people walking around Newark with a pen and a pad. The Wise Scientist Youth Tea is sold out. Mm, nah, it shouldn't be. I gotta. You know what? It's possible because what's happening is the shipments of the shirts, the blank shirts. Uh, but I'm gonna check that out tonight or tomorrow, right? And what might have to happen is I might have to change the shirt that it's on for right now. You know what I mean? The actual shirt that is printed on, and get those back in the store. But the sale is from today until June 13th. So we got some time. But you said a harbor. You can't make out what's a harbor? And I don't have any harbor on the shirts. Not the one that. SW said, "Oh, I'm already late." SW. SW said they already out there taking pictures, walking around, taking pictures, and jumping back in their car. SW said it gets kind of weird out here sometimes, especially near the graffiti murals. How old is your seed? Because they do it's different things you could buy, all the way from the onesies. You could get one or two, you know what I'm saying, different age groups. So that's another thing I can handle tomorrow too. But that's something interesting to watch. That's something interesting to watch. You know what I'm saying? How Ross is able to parlay that, you know what I mean? He might be able to parlay that into a situation where he can help even more people. You know what I mean? Like, he's clearly helping people of Newark that they rocking with him like that. You know what I mean? So imagine if he was the governor, or a senator or something, you know what I'm saying? He might be able to help the brothers out in Camden. Camden needs help too. 793rd said, when Fox is running Black Lives Matter type ads, you know the vibes. That's what I'm saying. Look, that's what the youngest out there in the street said, sir. You know the vibes. We ain't going no place. We ain't got no jobs. That is the only way for them to stop that progress, to stop that protest. Is for them to go out there right now and say, look, we got jobs, $75,000 a year right now. Just sign up over here. Other than that, those young people, they not coming out. They don't really work at McDonald's. They don't care. That's what they telling them. Don't destroy the Target. You won't be able to work here. Yeah, well, we don't want to work there. Outside Divine, yeah, y'all must be missing them, man. I seen them when I went in there. So let's check all three stores. Sometimes I mix it up, but I think mostly everything is in the Shopify store. Most of the most recent stuff. But that's wild though. Fox is running Black Lives Matter. Did I remember they rolled up on CNN. Did something happen to the Fox reporters too? Something happened to the Fox reporters too, right? Listen, man, they should. He said, "Camden, word up, dangerous." Hey, listen, man, they put Ross on the job, man. Let me tell you something. You see even the kid come out of. You see the kid come out of retirement. You see the kid come out of retirement and go register to vote. If they put Ross, hey, look, SW, this is what we gotta do. We gotta start a new campaign for Ross, to replace Biden at the convention. They got to do one of them votes like they did for Hillary. What we do, we got to tell them, look, get the super delegates together and tell them we need Ross in there. Only Ross can do it. Boss says CNN is also running Black Lives Matter ads. SW said, yeah, the Fox reporters in D.C. got robbed and beat with they got robbed and beat with their mics. Oh, man. 793rd said, teach ownership of the community via business ownership, co-ops, and real tangible power from grassroots level is what Rise can run state, nationwide, then internationally. All the kids worldwide can see that Diddy bot. SW said Ross ain't gonna do it till he take care of home first. He on a mission. The God is admirable. Nah, man, tell Ross his duty is out here with the uncivilized. tell Ross, tell Ross, his duty, his Newark's already civilized now. Tell Ross, man, his duties amongst the uncivilized. Got to come out here. 783 says somebody should have put that on the gram. Is there another Ross in the country? Meaning, a brother that is actually sincere, about helping the community, you know what I'm saying, and not just exploiting, kind of tribal affiliations to achieve their own political powers. Is there another Ross in the country? SW said Ross ain't gonna feel like he did nothing till he finished with home first. Ross got a speech on the gram. Man, I got to come build with Ross, man. Oh, you got a poem up on the gram, all right? But does anybody know if there's because, like, for instance, with the bar, we know that there's not a Ross in Baltimore, at least that I heard of, or that I seen, you know what I mean, or just that you could look, it's clear, Ross has already brought about change. You know what I'm saying? Whereas this, power structure in Baltimore, they've been around for decades. And then, in some ways, it appears the treatment of the original people has gotten worse. I mean, we got some people out here. We got Jermaine Williams. Is that his name? He's the public advocate. He seemed pretty sincere. He takes it. He speaks the truth, and he takes it to the power. SW said, I don't know if it's any of them with the clairvoyance like Raj, but there's a few new faces trying to get onto the big stage in other urban cities. Right, like Jermaine Williams. He went from the city council to the public advocate. You know, uh, you know, he's one of the people calling out De Blasio. I don't know if you saw the story. It's probably like more of a local story, but I don't know how much y'all know about De Blasio, right? The mayor of New York, but his wife is white. I mean, his wife is white. His wife is black, right? And that was a large part of how he won. Like at first he was behind, and then he did a commercial with his son with the big afro and all that, and then all of a sudden he started pulling ahead. You know what I'm saying? And that was always something that he always put up there. About how much he cared about. Well, he's not going to say the black community. He's going to say minorities. You understand what I'm saying? But how much he cares about, minorities because of that, and when Eric Garner and all of this, that could have been my senior. He goes through all that. But Jermaine Williams called him out. Jermaine Williams called him out recently and said, I'm sure it was the last couple of days, and said, no, you can't hide behind your son no more. Because we saw how you put the police out there and how you told them to treat brothers. We saw, even before this, we saw how your enforcement of the quarantine stuff went down. So Jermaine Williams is there, you know what I'm saying? Let's see if he can, reach that, you know, reach a higher level in the political structure where he can have more of an impact. You know what I'm saying? Like, Rice is the chief executive of the city. You see what I'm saying? So that he can have a tremendous impact, which might be something else SW in terms of Ross might say, look, well, I'd rather be the chief executive here where I can affect a lot of change instead of me going to be, a cog in the wheel or a black face on a situation where, my impact now is minor. You know what I'm saying? My impact becomes kind of inspirational that I made it this far, but it don't really manifest as material laws and policies that really help people. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like W.E.B. Du Bois found out after a while of being in the NAACP, is that now I don't need to be mixed in the cog with all these people. I need to be with my people. You know what I'm saying? And then he went Pan-African. Du Bois said, not aware of any riots in Baltimore. Yeah. I used to like Letitia James too. I thought she was good when she was a public advocate and when she was in the city council, but she made a move, man, with Bloomberg. With Bloomberg, she was one of the people that helped him get a last term. And I didn't understand why she did that. Maybe she had a good reason, but I didn't like that. SW said that's how he's thinking. Indeed, he didn't have to come back here after Howard University. Mm-hmm. That's the key. The best and the brightest have to come back. Universal, what's going on? Universal, where you from? New to the channel. Welcome. Look, Universal, you came right at the right time. In all my e-commerce stores, I'm doing a 10% sale because I just crossed 800 subscribers. So if you click on the links, right, you just have to use the code 800 subs at checkout to get 10% off. But you came at a good time. But yeah, that's the key though, is our best and our brightest have to come back. Like I read a story. Oh, this is Daniel Anderson. All right. Well, yeah. Universal, we got the sale is on. Our best and our brightest have to come back, you know what I'm saying, and do perform a certain duty. Yes, and I mean, like I was reading a story where it was saying that the Chinese in particular, right, that when a person came to America from China to study back in the days, they stayed in America and they became an asset for America. You know what I'm saying? But they were saying that after a certain point, when China started to prosper, right, that people came here and got their education and then went back to China and went over there to help China prosper. So this is the type of thing that, we got to instill in the babies. 793rd said that's why he made that statement so fast about cops getting independently investigated plus prosecuted if they didn't even try. 793rd, crazy. As W said, he's been talking all this how poverty affects mental health since the 90s. Yeah, it definitely affects decision making. It affects decision making at the highest level. You know what I'm saying? It definitely causes you to make some crazy decisions. You know, poverty is like a kind of crucible or a gauntlet or something. You know what I'm saying? Poverty is like a some kind of multiple detonating bomb, like a bomb that just it goes off time and time again. You know, in every situation, the poverty causes, you know, an amount of destruction. You know, you could just make people poor and just let it ride at that. You know what I'm saying? You don't got to go over there, beat them in the head. You ain't got to do none of that. You can just make them poor and just watch the problems multiply. You understand what I'm saying? As W said, he's really been invested in it, trying to change this. He orchestrated a gang truce to calm killings, right? Hey, even before he was mayor. Yeah, he's gonna have to. I'm telling you, he's gonna have to. He's gonna have to come up here, man, to do his duty. Tell Ross he gotta move to Brooklyn. So I'm come pick him up. I'm come pick him up tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Going to Brooklyn. But oh yeah, the sons of Almighty God Allah hats. Ah man, Universal, you and the What Did I Miss crew. Yeah, listen, we had another one of those good ones where you know, we've been all over the map. We've been back to ancient Greece. You know, we've been in the future talking about rebuilding after the unrest and a whole bunch of stops in between. So that's how you got to do it. Universal said, "Can this be by design? Can what be by design?" The bar. But what are you talking about? Can what be by design? Universal. But yeah, SW, we got people like AOC. We need Rice out here. I can't. I don't like her. Period. Can all this be caused? I suppose it's inside the realm of possibility. Um, you know, if it is, man, you know, this one of the if it is, the 800 subs didn't work. most of the stores, they only let you use one discount at a time. So if you try to use multiple ones, that probably happen. But yeah, though, Universal, I don't, it, I guess maybe, you could say like in a Daryl Gates kind of way. Like if you're looking at it, that's how I see it. If you saying they planned it, I guess it's like in a Daryl Gates or the sub. Oh yeah, that's what it is. If you try to use your other discount, it's not gonna let you do that. I don't know. That's how they work. Um, I guess it's like in a Daryl Gates kind of way, like that Daryl Gates said with Rodney King, is that I guess you're saying that Target is in control of this ass whipping. Listen, I mean it's possible. Maybe Santa Monica is in charge of this ass whipping. But I just have a hard time with seeing that, like what's going on in Center City, what's going on in Santa Monica and some of these different places was their plan. Like even if there was a plan, I'm saying that plan is spiraling out of control right now. That's it might have been a plan, but it's spiraling out of control. Because see, first of all, right now, if this is a plan, then the plans are contradictory. Because you got one plan that's telling everybody to go in the house, and then you introduce this other thing that puts everybody out in the street or brings everybody out to the street to protest. So I don't see a real method to the madness. You know what I'm saying? Unless, like I said, you got a plan, and then now that plan is spiraling out of control. But in Elevation said I wouldn't be surprised if there's a coronavirus patient conspiracy. Uh, you mean that springs from this? Because I do predict that it's going to be some. They're going to say that look, the second wave, the second wave was caused by the protests. But that's something I noticed though, right? They said that it doesn't affect young people like that, and most of the people out there in the street is young. Like I'm thinking, like by now, with the amount of time this is going on, the first people would have had been reported to the hospital. But Elevation said like all the ones that died actually didn't die, and some are in governmental experimental lab somewhere off the map. I mean, I guess that's think the military is out there because it's a plan. Like I said, I mean, there could be a plan, but that plan is spiraling out of control. Universal said agitators have been causing confusion. Um, like I said, for me, the agitators have their own beef. They got their own beef. The people that's out there, those are the people that they've been protesting the police. And I'm gonna tell you something about those people too. Right? The people that they calling the agitators, those are the same people y'all getting all these theories from. Those are the people that expose the Federal Reserve. Those are the people that expose the Bilderberg Group That's how they started. They should be going to those trilateral commission meetings, the Bilderberg group meetings, the G7, the G20 meetings. They've been going there for decades. They got some backing from George Soros, a couple other people, I'm sure. And now they've amassed a force that is extremely dangerous to the way America does business and the way America defends that business. So, like I said, for me, they the Union Army, where I'm not about to jump in the Union Army. You understand what I'm saying? But look, if y'all gonna come down here and put a hurting on these slave masters, right? Y'all gonna put a hurting on these slave masters so I can go free. Guess what? I'm not gonna complain that you burned down the plantation. Like, to me, I think that the regular citizens, right, the civilians, have to learn a lesson that was learned in the street, over the course of time. And that's that, yo, son, this corner don't belong to you, son. You stand here and talk all the crap you want. But at the end of the day, when the police is ready, they're going to come and get you and show you that this is their corner. So, that stuff is not mine. Target is not mine. AutoZone is not mine. Chanel is not mine. Flight Club is not mine. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, every quarter, all these different companies, they put out a report of their profit, right? They haven't hollered at me one time. In Freedom Guide years, they ain't hollered at me one time. Why I'm worried about their bottom line for? D came in. Said, remember all these white people saying that Black Lives Matter all of a sudden came out the woodworks because, have caution, you really don't know what their motive is and why they're doing it. Yeah. That's why you let them do their thing on their own. See, as long as you keep the profound boundaries, because here's the thing, it would be one thing if this stuff was happening and it wasn't being reported. But what I'm saying is that what I'm seeing on the news is that they're not really blaming black people. They're blaming the agitators. So let them have their thing, man. Don't get in that. We not on the side of the North. We not on the side of the South. We not on the side of the liberals. We not on the side of the conservatives. We not on the side of the Democrats. We not on the side of the Republicans. We don't like the good cop, and we can't stand the bad cop. Good cop ain't gonna let you go. So whatever happens, whatever happens. Otai said, is there a clear outcome that is favorable for the wealthy to invest in the cause that will obviously gain them more wealth through funding this revolution or an intent to? Um, hmm. I mean, there's ones for it. All in all, you could say that there might be certain industries, you know what I'm saying, the pharmaceutical industry that may they may advance with the amount of money they making. But on a whole, that's what I'm saying. Like, and I understand that point, but I'm saying that I think that stuff is ridiculous. The amount of sacrifice that most people are convinced that the devil is ready to do I don't even see why he would do that. Like like what's different now, right, than it was 6 months ago? What's really different now than it was 6 months ago? I'm saying in terms of, they don't have any additional powers. It's hard for me to conceive. You know what I mean? I just think that a lot of people don't know what revolution really looks like. The question that I've been asking people, universal, right? Universal. The question I've been asking people is, um, do you think the Haitians spared certain plantations? Do you think that the people who took it to that level, that some people was like, you're just an agitator. You know, it's not going to be neat. It's not. It's not. It's not something that's neat. You know, but in terms of a clear outcome that is favorable for the wealthy to invest in, no, I mean, like, this is what I'm saying. Who's going to buy all those Jordans now? Like, if this was some type of, I don't. It's difficult for me to wrap my mind around uh, this idea that all of this was planned. You know what I'm saying? Perhaps it's because it hasn't affected me. Like, if you're talking about the illness, it hasn't affected me. So if this was your plan, it's pretty weak. If your plan was to bankrupt New York City, bingo. That's what I'm saying. If you're telling me that your plan is to do all these bankruptcies, to what? You have to show me how. But I don't see it. Peace said, where you see that in 1 to 14. Brain Elevation said that's their plan to send the military out. They can't send the military out though, Brain Elevation. And I mean, if they wanted to, see, that's another thing. Look, in New York, we've been had the military out at the 9/11. Like the NYPD, right, is a part of Homeland Security. Like, they're gonna send the military out, and then what is the military gonna do, right? And then how long is the military gonna last after they come out here and fire on the people? Like, who's gonna enlist in the military in the future, knowing that that's what happened? At 793rd said most of the people who passed from complications definitely couldn't be booking from the 12, walking and running around with the energy and focus. Right. And that's what I'm telling you, that the people that you see out there, right? You talking about the trial out of the Bilderberg group, they have been protesting that for years. And what they've done is perfected tactics and strategies that are most dangerous for large organized forces. Try to bring back chattel slavery. Um, the story of the Green Book. Uh, what's the Green Book? Is that Gaddafi's book, or is that the book that black people used to know where cities was, that the segregation wasn't so bad, like where black people could go and be safe, you know, avoid sundown towns. Brilliant elevation. It's all new monuments where right, brilliant elevation. They can't blame us because everything is on camera. Or to us, 6 months ago, there was no anonymity. Now there is, with most people wearing masks. Um, but I don't see how that's good. Like if we living in a world where people have spent all these billions of dollars, right, to develop facial recognition technology, what I'm saying is those individuals that have put their billions of dollars into that company, they're not a part of the plan. I mean, I don't, why would I agree with that plan? If I invested billions of dollars into facial recognition technology, why would I get with a plan that would make everybody wear masks? Real hip hop. Yeah, this is the type of topic right here for real hip hop. I'm sure real hip hop has some input on this type of thing. Tommy Robinson said, I guess it's supposed to be in cipher now. And he said, because the devil plans for generations in advance. Look at technology, patents are 50 years, right? But I'm saying, I mean, I'm gonna tell you another thing. If this is all planned, then this stuff is too great, son. I'm just telling you. If you come on this channel because you think that I have, some kind of aptitude in understanding what's going on around us, then what I'm telling you is that if somebody can plan this well and they are this ready to sacrifice, if they're ready to sacrifice this much, then we don't stand a chance. See, because at the end of the day, that's when you got people that's protected for whatever way. Listen, if I'm ready to die to get at you, then you don't stand a chance. If I'm willing to destroy all my economic value, I'm ready to kill all my own people just to get you, then, bro, what we talking about here? We might as well talk about, have some more conversations about our favorite sodas. Because there is no chance. You cannot beat somebody like that. You cannot beat somebody like that. So Brilliant Elevation says, when it goes down, planned or not planned, they still going to generate a plan. All right. Now I agree with that. That there's things that happen that they capitalize on. Absolutely. But what I'm saying is that this is spiraling in a way where I'm saying, who's going to capitalize? Like, this has destroyed real estate value, goods and services. I'm just telling you, you cannot beat somebody that's that willing to sacrifice. So 79, yeah, the Green Book was the book that the black people used during segregation to know where the friendly towns and establishments was. God I be. Peace, black man. Welcome to the room. Yeah, they tearing down slave owner statues. Right. But I think we already capitalized, man. I mean, listen, man. You got to, you got to realize when you up. You know what I'm saying? When you up, right? When you winning, you play the game different than when you losing. We not the ones with our backs to the wall right now. I mean, from what I'm seeing out there, we're in a much better position to capitalize than they are. But real hip hop asked what was the question. We originally started off with something else, but then it came to the point of, do I think the events of the last 3 to 4 months have been planned? You know what I'm saying? And my point of view is that if this is a plan, it's spiraling out of control. And it's spiraling so far out of control that the elite is at risk of losing everything. In my opinion, we're winning this battle. The God IB came in. We from IB. We've seen IB in here before. It's been a while. Welcome to the channel. You came in at the right time when I just put all the items in my e-stores on sale, 10% off. You gotta click the links in the description box to get access to the stores, and use the code 800 subs. It's a sale right now to celebrate me getting 800 subscribers. You know what I'm saying? So, in appreciation, I put everything on sale with 10% off. Thank you, DJs. But what you think about that? Real hip hop. Do you think this is a plan? And if it is, how do you think the plan is progressing? I did see this here too, Universal 7, where you said trying to colonize the moon and Mars. Yeah, I seen that with Richard Branson and Elon Musk have made a lot of advancement with their space programs. Elon Musk just he had a shuttle fly up to the International Space Station. Tommy Robinson says like co-parenting with someone who don't want to co-parent. SW said, I agree. It's more than they expected if this was planned. Because, yeah, they panicking, man. You know, they're falling apart when the president is giving an order and the people in his cabinet is saying, nah, man, we ain't doing that. Your order is not constitutional. You know, you really talking about things. I mean, you got to tell me who's planning it. Whoever's planning it is not American. If somebody's planning this, they're not American. Because this is ripping the government apart. As soon as you have the military, right, and the civilians like this, that's not good. Like America was specifically set up in a way, right, where the military, right, is loyal to the Constitution and not to the particular general. Like at one time, you know, in ancient times, if you was a general, you had to raise your own army. You had to go out, find people, get them equipment, train them, whatever. You know, the army can't really be loyal to one politician because this politician is term limited. So once you got that happening, that's what I'm saying. Whoever is doing this, they clearly not American. You know what I'm saying? So part of their goal is to tear America apart. Oh, I be from Mecca. And Bird Elevation said, yeah, it's a piss poor plan. He said, it's bigger than Nino Brown. If I go down, I'm taking everybody with me. B said, if the original man makes history of Quran to last 25,000 years, then what is our plan? Well, you know, that's what we've been discussing on this channel for the last weeks. It's saying that, you know, it's what happens after this that's the most important. You know what I'm saying? We was having a conversation on this one where a brother said, you know, he was talking about the rioting and the way that this is gonna that this might be something to slow down or stop gentrification, right? Which is true, but then we have to build. We got to put our heads together, you know, put our money where our mouth is, and put our heads together and rebuild our own communities. See, when we rebuild it, then we become winners. We become the winners, and then we get to write the history of how this is seen. See, then it's not a riot; it's a revolution. See, the Boston Tea Party, right, which was a riot, is known as part of the American Revolution because after that they built a society based on their ideas, right? And as the victors, they wrote the history of what that was. You know, or just earlier somebody mentioned, you know, if you would have asked the French in 1801, in 1800, or you know, uh, it's those are the years of it. But if you'd asked them in 1801, the French, they would have told you that the Haitians are rioting. We have an insurrection in the colony. But because they took over and continued to prosper, at least to some degree, you understand what I'm saying? It's known as the Haitian Revolution. So this is how we have to write the history, right? Is by, because see, like you said, we write the history and then we live it out. See, how we handle this is how the people in the future is not only going to be able to see it in their mind, but how they going to be living, how they benefit from this right here. You know what I'm saying? Like already you got certain laws that's being changed so that people in the future is not going to have to live under the same conditions that we did. So that's got to be our plan, you know, uh, even referencing yesterday's video is to, uh, destroy inequality amongst ourselves. You know, like the Trump administration, not just the Trump administration, but where everything is positive and negative. Everything got strengths and weaknesses. You know, this is this is uh exposing the weaknesses of our system of government. We got a winner take all kind of government here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not 100% familiar with it because I don't study it. But if you notice in other democracies, right, is a more of a coalition kind of democracy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could lose, but somehow you still end up with a certain amount of representation based upon how much votes that you got. There's still a certain amount of representation, and all those people that voted for you, they still get some representation of what their issues were. Like those type of close elections that we've been having the last years. Now y'all both got to make some coalition, or that don't count. God, I be brother Crispus Attucks. Brain Elevation said we really have to be ready when this great civilization falls. Like any other civilization has fallen, we have to equip ourselves and be ready to build. Yeah, most definitely. I mean, at the end of the day, uh, there's a tremendous amount of spooks. Like I said, the question is, whose door are you sitting by? You know, Meaning that to say that the know-how and the resources do exist, amongst us, but it's just a matter of the proper mindset of what to do with it. Universal said, I was telling my queen, will a vote change anything? Yeah, we voting for Ross. I'm going to pick up Ross tomorrow at 6 o'clock. We're gonna drive him down to the convention. We getting Ross on the presidential we getting Ross on the ballot for president. Then we voting for Ross. IB said the father fought for this country. Do you think he would support the country in his day? Do we have to go back to West Africa, or is this our legacy? And we're not going no place. We built this right here. What we leaving for? You know, you know, that was a different time. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that uh I hope nobody's taking this as a cop out, but you know, when Allah was fighting for the country, right? The good guys and the bad guys was much more pronounced. You understand what I'm saying? You know, it was much more it was clean cut. You know, at that time, a lot of the things, you know, Palestine, you know, a lot of that stuff was just established, you know, in World War I and World War II. So Allah was in Korea, of course, that was after World War I and World War II. But I'm saying the extent to which, you know, the military was the arm of oppression wasn't quite as evident. You know what I'm saying? Um, when you say support the country, uh, in which way do you mean support the country? Like, would he support? You know, Allah supported the law of the land. You know, for instance, that there was freedom of speech here where he could teach, right, and not become an enemy of the state, which at the end of the day did become an enemy of the state. But I'm saying, you know, it was still a delicate way in which they had to handle that. You know what I'm saying? When you in that era and there is progress being made at that time. You know what I'm saying? You have Brown versus Board of Education. You know what I'm saying? You know, you was getting certain advancements, the Civil Rights Act. That's what the law support. But to say, you know, diabolical people for whatever their reason is, whether it's because they racist, whether it's because they greedy, whatever it is, nah, he don't support that. But I'm saying when you just look at the Constitution, at the law of the land, and look at what's supposed to be the spirit of the law, you understand what I'm saying? That is what he supported. But you know, in terms of when you say, do we have to go back to West Africa or this, you know, look, the whole planet belongs to the original man. So if there's things that you can accomplish to deal with freedom, justice, and equality, or whatever it is, if West Africa is the place, you know what I'm saying? Then I don't want to limit you to say that we have to stay here, you know. But I'm just saying that, listen, you know, the oldest people that I ever seen, we went to a family reunion one year, right? And on the T-shirts, it said James and Kate Frazier. I never heard of them before that. I didn't even know we was related to anybody named Frazier. You know what I mean? But it was James and Kate Frazier, and they was married in 1801. So where I'm going. You got these Ellis Island people that got here in 1915. Who are they gonna tell me to go home? Great Elevation said, notice I said build, not rebuild, right? University said, I haven't voted since Obama. Green Elevation said, I haven't voted ever. You see, that's what I'm saying. We got to get Ross in there. So everybody got to vote. D. Christian said, it better not be no pipe saying. Green Elevation said, yeah, but that's been the case since they generated the media. All media comes from a box. But it's been that, you make a good point right here. And it kind of relates to what we're saying. Is that's what I'm saying. The the media, the people that they can control, right? They can control them to a greater degree. But the numbers don't lie. People are not watching, like when back in the day you had three ways. You listen, you watch CBS, NBC, or ABC. It was a set amount of popular magazines or whatever that we dealing with. But right now, most media, their uh, their audience is kind of minuscule. It's not a whole lot. So that's what I'm saying. Like even in this room, how many of us are in this room over the last, how you, let's say last week and a half, right? That has been this protest, right? Or however long it's been. How many of us have said, "Yeah, I don't really know what's going on. I haven't seen the news. I don't look at the local news." So this is why it's a little bit more difficult we seeing right now to control the masses. How much they were controlling the masses, this illusion has kind of been destroyed. Just like I said, we had this image, right, that all the young kids was just popping pills with their pants hanging down. But now we see, no, they are paying attention. So what did God say that? Master AZ. Which Master AZ you talking about? That moved to Milwaukee? IB said we need a 25-year plan. Um, yeah, yeah. Queen Mecca came in. Right. The kids control the media because look at what happens now. Look at what happens now, right? And look at what happens now on the news, right? The news is highly likely to show you something that somebody filmed on their phone. Think about that. The news is highly likely to show you something that somebody filmed on their phone. They got to follow the lead of the people sometimes now. A lot of times. I've been out there to a few protests. I was out in the Bronx today. The youth need our information. Yeah, but that's I've spoken to some of them. You know what I'm saying? A couple of them that I seen going out there and participating. My own kids been out there. You know what I'm saying? So I speak to them. Uh, let's see what's going on here. We got Supreme.
I need you to be quiet. Peace.
What's the deal?
Peace. What's the deal?
Ain't what's going on?
I was at the Trenton demonstration today. Only got a few minutes. I wanted to give an update on that. So that was
Mm-hmm.
sponsored by the God Positive Force. He spoke. Divine Law spoke, and Naya Law Freedom spoke. Um, it was a basic rally to me. I'm not really into rallying and protesting, but because the God sponsored it, I went through there. A couple politicians spoke. The mayor of Trenton spoke. The head of the police spoke. It's a black woman, and a couple other politicians and some community leaders. But it was kind of like it was part of the course of what a protest was. Divine Law really dropped bombs. Nah, Law did his thing, and Force did his thing. It was probably about 200-300 people out there at the most. And this is the third rally in Trenton, I think. Third protest rally. The first one got wild. This one was it was pretty peaceful.
Mm.
Um, the only thing that wasn't spoken on that I felt should have been spoken on was the fact that we can't allow another person to another original person to be killed like that in our face. Like pick up a bottle, pick up a brick, do something. Go tackle the sea cipher. You gotta do something. We gotta try to generate some bravery amongst our people to help what's going on. Um,
What
but
what 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 about that? I haven't heard that spoken. Um, and that's the first time I actually thought about it. You know what I'm saying? How you think that would work out to, for them to pass a law saying that okay, the people do have some leeway. Like if we see you doing something like what you did to Chauvin, now we could jump in. Because that's another thing where it's like, the average person is thinking like, first of all, you're risking your life and then you're risking your freedom. They got that fear planted in them. But if we knew that, okay, nah, there is some precedence here for people defending themselves, this has become the tyranny that's in the Constitution, in the Declaration of Independence.
I mean, legislatively, could that go under the stand your ground law? If you see
Right.
somebody
That's what I'm
being
saying.
harmed in front of you, would you not have the right to intervene to save a life?
Right.
I think that legislature like that, as well as all four of these police officers being prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, is going to be a big thing in the coming months dealing with this whole situation. You know what I mean? Um, Nobody's really spoken on that, like you said, too much. I was tempted to get the mic. Nine Law Freedom asked me to start speaking. So maybe the next protest or whatever, I'm gonna get on the mic and just express myself with different things that I'm thinking about dealing with that. But we have to galvanize the people to be brave. We have the history of the Maroons. We have the history of several slave revolts. A lot of that history has been hidden from us to keep us passive. They push the Martin Luther King angle in terms of nonviolence. They also push the angle of Malcolm X when he came back from Mecca, the all-inclusive humanitarian angle. And I looked at an interview of his the other day on YouTube. He did say that, Jay, unless they doctored that. He actually did say that he wasn't against nobody no more and things of that nature. Um, I wasn't sure if he really said that.
Who you
But this
said
guy,
that?
Malcolm,
I was watching something yesterday. You like a perfect person to to because you knew the brother too. But I was just some brothers that knew Khalid, and they was like, "Yo, they said Khalid was like, yo, I don't know what Malcolm is talking about." like, I, like I went over there, and they was crazy racist.
yeah, let me expound on that. Now, Khalid said to us that when he went to Mecca, there's a caste system in Mecca, and the black people are on the bottom of the caste system. And he said he had to step to a white pale Arab that was harassing a black woman in the airport. And
Mm.
he said he was over there bombing them, dealing with the caste system that they dealt with. See, I think what happened in Malcolm's case is he was such a figure at the time, world known. Um, also heard him say in this interview that he had to be interviewed by a committee just to enter Mecca at that time. So this was 1964. So he said that when he got to Mecca, they had to certify him as being a Muslim. And then they had to interview him, ask him questions about the religion of Islam just for him to enter the holy city of Mecca. I don't
Mm.
know if that's still in effect now, but this is what he said in his interview. You know, so and like you said, Khalid did contradict that. Khalid
Yeah.
said it was not all inclusive. He said it was definitely a caste system, and the black man was on the bottom of the caste system. But I think since that time, also from people that I know that went to Mecca and made the Hajj, it's about money.
Right.
Like they got Hajj trips. You know how you could book a trip and go to Miami or whatever? You could book a trip to make Hajj. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it was kind of like a different dynamic going on.
Mm-hmm.
So Trenton is still under a curfew right now. Um, there was some people that spoke on some of the people that were killed by Trenton police as well. I know people personally have been killed by Trenton police. I heard that the New York, matter of fact, I spoke with K-Bar earlier. He said the New York curfew was dead tomorrow.
Right.
So
Well,
how does that?
everything was supposed to lift tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? But that was when they only had one crisis.
Have there been any protests today in New York?
Yes, they not letting up. They all over it. Like they announcing every day. They come to the state building pretty much every day.
Hmm.
But they all over in the Bronx.
Yeah.
They was in Co-op today. Uh, They still going out to the Barclays. So, that's what I was saying. Like right now, they appear to be keeping the pressure on. I was just saying that I wish I could speak to somebody that pays a little more attention to those movements to see, what is their plan. Like, are they gonna do it until there's conviction? Are they going to do it until there's actual, legislative and policy change? You know what I'm saying? Or are they just going to do it until America is a just society or is not a society?
Well, I think that Shaven, that's how you pronounce his name? He has been
I
thrown
usually
under
call
the
him Chauvin, but I don't know how to say it.
yeah, whatever. Devil. He's been thrown under the bus
Right.
because now the thing is, will they go lenient on the other three officers? That's going to be the key to, I think, the reactions across the United States going
Yeah, I
forward.
think that's also I think that's also a key to the solution, right? Because now a cop is going to be less likely to stand there and watch his partner do something that he knows is wrong.
Right, right,
You know what I'm saying? Like that
right,
Chinese cop or the Asian cop, I don't know what country he's from. He could have easily called a stop to that. The rookies,
right.
they probably was a little out of position. You know what I'm saying? But if they knew that they had protection, if they knew that, look, there's a greater risk for me if I don't go back and tell the higher ups what you did than if I maintain the secret with you, then that'll have an impact, you know what I'm saying, on how many brothers is getting hurt.
Yes, yes. I mean, they have to convict these police and send a message. That's the first step. They also talked about review boards, citizen review boards in Trenton today. I know that was a hot topic in LA at one point. They also talked about uh, police at monthly or quarterly or whatever being reviewed, dealing with their encounters with people in the street. One of the big things about it is they go by how the report was written. So the report can be altered at any point. Like if that wasn't on tape, they could have easily altered the report that Chauvin gave and all the
Right.
officers that was there. They could have, collectively come together. Also, what we've seen in this case is the coroner is in cahoots with the police. That was shown in court.
Mm, that's a
You
good
know what I
point you
mean?
made. I didn't,
Right,
because he came up with the exact opposite autopsy that the family.
right. And that immediately could have led to the charges. Imagine if there was no independent autopsy. That
Right.
coroner's report would lead to the charges or not have charges filed against those police officers. So this is what we're talking about. It's a systemic system from day one to be in favor of the police and whatever they do and say, you know? And that's what
Mm,
we're combating. How do you stop that? Like, okay, you convict Chauvin, you may even convict the other three police, but that blue wall, that symbolic blue wall that's up, it even extends to the coroner's office. And you already know that it extends to the DA. And it extends in IA, internal affairs. So it's going to be a battle.
mm,
It's not going to be an easy situation to affect change. However, I think with the threat of violence that's going on, at least they're going to have to start critically thinking about things they do. And that's a step. But that's just one step. You know,
Yeah, I definitely hear those. Uh, you right about that. I don't know how I don't know how you adjust the structure. Like for instance, in New York, they were saying that whenever the police kill somebody, the new bill that they proposing right now is that there would be an independent uh, prosecutor that comes in. You know what I'm saying? Maybe, like you said, the coroner needs to be an independent person.
right? Oh, another thing they were talking about was taking money out of the police in general. And my thing is this: were they talking about less officers, or were they talking about innovative gadgets that the police use that they don't fully use on a regular basis? Because
Right.
they have conventions for that.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? And they go and they look
Yeah.
at the latest things that are developed in espionage as well as artillery dealing with the police. So when you talk about defunding them, what are you talking about? Less police on the street, or you're talking about all this other stuff? Because all of it is economics, and there's different economics which are shifted in different areas that people don't even think about. You know, so
Right.
I mean, the
Like when
police is
they
like
when
a the police is like a nation within a nation, and it extends to the correction officer because they're pseudo police. Because even though they don't carry a gun in the jail or on the street, they carry a gun. I never understood that. Why don't carry a gun inside the jail, but when they come on the street, they carry a gun?
because they know how much they be messing with people. That's for in case if they see somebody that they beat down in there on the streets.
I understand what you said, but how is that justified legally?
But hey,
You understand what I'm saying?
maybe if they wasn't allowed to do that, that would cause them to be a little more righteous towards people.
Right. That never really made sense to me. I thought about that for many, many years. On your job, you can't carry a firearm, but when you come on the street, you got a firearm. Even the Ninja Turtles, the riot police in jail, they don't have guns. You know what I'm saying? Now the people in the towers in certain maximum security prisons, they got guns. They got rifles.
Yeah, you right about that. Maybe that's another thing too. Uh, in terms of the firepower that you carry. You know what I'm saying? Like in New York, that was just maybe in I want to say that was the '90s when they came in with the new regulations where they start carrying the nines. Like throughout
Right,
the '80s, yeah,
right.
they had
I remember that.
revolvers. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So it's like the amount of firepower. Like a lot of time, like for instance, there was a dude, and I knew me wrong. He did something wrong. He had already shot somebody, and he was hiding out. He wasn't. But they let loose so many shots at this guy that was like, all right, now you kind of the same as him. You know what I mean? You didn't justify what he did, but you, you understand what I'm saying? Uh, so maybe they need to look into that too. You know what I mean? The same way they keep saying that. Look, you're not hunting animals here, so why do you need a automatic rifle? Why do you need an M16 or AR? Right? By the same token, if all you doing is enforcing the law, why do you need so much firepower?
Well, let me say this about that, right? My father told me when he was in Vietnam, and I shared this with you before, they would kill Vietnamese, right? And protocol is when they kill other soldiers, they would take their guns. So when they took the guns were US made guns, which means that the manufacturer of the United States guns was not only supplying the United States because they have to buy their guns too. They don't give them the guns. They were selling to both sides. So this is the problem with what we're dealing with. They sell the guns on the street, right? In LA, it's reported that in the 80s, I don't know how true this is, there's a train station. I spend a lot of time in LA. There is a train station or railroad tracks in LA. And they would park these trains with guns on them, supposedly, that people could just readily go up and get them. Now, beyond that story right there, you have the whole Iran-Contra thing from Unholy Alliance, that book right there, because they not only sold guns in the black community, drugs in the black community, they sold guns. So if they got all these high-powered guns, they're setting up the police to get bigger firearms because they're putting those other firearms in the community. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like a setup. So they can't keep those revolvers and stuff like that. I understand where you coming from. However, I'm just saying like they set it up like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, where I live right now, Trenton, New Jersey, it was actually assault next to me a few years ago. This dude was busting an M16 at some cats that live next door to me. And it was crazy. You know what I'm saying? I never dealt with any firepower in that capacity. You know what I'm saying? But it sounded like World War III outside. I seen it. I was looking out my window and seeing the entire firefight. You know what I mean? Now, how does this kid from the ghetto acquire an M16? If you look at the movie Lord of War, I don't know if you ever seen that. Anybody who's on the line, you need to see that movie Lord of War. Lord of War 2 is kind of a distortion, but Lord of War 1, and then the movie Strat. You remember Strat with Fredro and Bokeem Woodbine?
Yeah.
That movie goes into illegal gun sales, how these gun sales get to the community. You know, it's all real. And it's probably more sophisticated now than it's ever has been. They want those guns in the street so they can arm their police to a higher level or degree. You know?
So a little Hegelian dialectic type thing.
Yes, sir. I mean, all of that stuff is relevant. You know what I mean? Maybe not all the way true. Let me ask you this on another note. Have you seen the comparative pictures of Chauvin, his mugshot, and him with his knee on that brother's neck?
I mean, yeah, I have some questions that
Yo,
I don't know how.
that was bugging me
I don't
out,
know
though,
how the
son.
lighting is. I don't know what kind of cameras they use in Minneapolis, but yeah, he did look a little different to me.
I mean, how you see that though? Is that him, G? Like, what's going on, G?
Um. Uh. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. They said it's just the lighting, right? You know what I'm saying? The thing is, I don't know. I mean,
He
that was
looks 20
definitely.
pounds lighter in that comparative picture. Do you think he could have stressed out that quick to the mugshot? He looked like he was on a crazy crack binge in the mug shop compared to when he had his knee on George Floyd's neck.
I mean, he did look quite a bit different. Um, I mean, I just don't, I mean, that would kick everything to a whole different uh level of, who is he, like we know his name, you know what I'm saying? But I'm saying, who are you really? Who you work for that was able to orchestrate this type of thing for you, with a lookalike and all that.
I mean, I'm not like you say all the time. I'm not the biggest conspiracy theory pusher. If that is him, he looks comparatively lighter weight wise than the picture. You know what I mean? Like he just maybe he did just smoke crack for like 5 or 6 days. Like you can lose weight like that from what I saw. If you go on a drug binge, it can happen because you're not eating and things of that nature. You know what I mean? So maybe he did well that. But another thing is these police attacks on original people, you never hear about a drug test or alcohol test with these guys. You never get a toxicology report or a blood sample where these guys on pills, you know?
Hmm.
But
In New York, they got
every time original man does something, you hear about that.
right. See, in New York, I think the thing that they do to negate that is the the officer doesn't have to report. He doesn't even have to come to the station and turn himself in and speak on the what happened for like 72 hours or something like that.
See, something has to change with that. Something has to change with that because if you're using cocaine 72 hours, it's out of your system.
Or if you had some beers,
Right. That's one day.
and those is exactly the two things that make you super aggressive.
I think the cops who killed Sean Bell was drunk.
And yeah, they was. Well, some of them,
Right.
well, put like this, they admitted that they was drinking.
Right.
I think it's in New York. I think it's the undercover are allowed to have like 2 drinks in the uh, course of the investigation.
Mm.
Like if they're investigating it somewhere, like that was a club, a bar, they're
You ever
allowed to
seen the
have.
movie? You ever seen the movie Bad Lieutenant starring Harvey Keitel?
Nah.
You need to do nods of that. Anybody on the line that's seen that? Because I was hoping that you saw it so I could ask you, do you think that was an anomaly? But when you get an
What was that?
opportunity, do the knowledge of that. And that was
Tommy
based in New York
Robinson.
City.
Tommy Robinson just hit something too with and I do think that's an element. You know, do they test for steroids
Mm,
in these because
right.
did you know that what's this guy's name? Not Lee Haney, the black guy that took over bodybuilding after him.
Yeah, I seen a documentary on him
Yeah,
on
he was a
Netflix.
cop, right?
I did see he
You know
was a
he
cop.
was, huh?
Word is bond, I seen that. He was a cop.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. If he's a cop and he's coming in, right, all the other cops know that you obviously on steroids. And if that's a controlled substance, how are you allowed to be a cop?
You know what, G? Steroids can be prescribed and it won't be considered a controlled substance if it's prescribed.
Yeah, but not to that level, guy.
No, no,
Not
no,
to.
I feel you. I feel you.
This dude was Mr. Olympia like 8 times straight.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. No doubt.
That's a little bit. That ain't for no skin rash, man.
But I'm just saying, like, he was roided out, but wasn't nobody trying to lock him up for that. You know what I'm saying? Nobody was trying to
Uh-huh.
prosecute him for that. So it's a fine line. How long are you gonna be on the line tonight?
Um, Probably another 20, 30 minutes.
All right, well, we just gonna have to build the next day. I gotta
All right,
motivate.
no doubt.
I just wanted to really add on about the Trenton protests and what's going on. Um, I'm gonna say for the record, if we're not dealing with distinctive issues dealing with police brutality and different things that we just spoke on dealing with legislation, drug testing for police, also steroid testing, then we're doing nothing but just wasting wisdom. You know, it's
Mm-hmm.
just a bunch of people getting together and ranting and raving. Um, we have to make these people do things like that. And power only respects power. That was the main thing that Divine and Law spoke on today. Power only respects power. And by saying Black Lives Matter, he also stated, and I agree, that it's actually a statement of how can I put this? A statement of uh wow. I would say this: you are begging, you are begging when you say Black Lives Matter because you're saying it from a defensive position. You understand what I'm saying? Why do
Right.
you have to illustrate the fact that a black person life matters? You have to come from a position of power. We're not going to get anywhere, and I've never been with that. Getting on my knees, laying down, none of that. I think that's all asinine. And my history of dealing with the European, if you lay down in front of the European, if he's on a horse, he's going to run over you. If he's in a tank, he's going to run over you. If he's in a car, he's going to run over you. They showed and proved that in New York when the cop just hit the crowd. So we need to really stop laying down, putting our hands up, talking about don't shoot because they still going to do it. Amadou Diallo had a wallet, G, and they shot that man 46 times. Anybody out there who's ever dealt with any firearms, was there ever any case where you had to shoot anything 46 times? They don't shoot elephants 46 times, G.
I had said that at the time. That's like, yo, you got some of the most heinous, some of the most, people with the reputations of being some of the most killingest people that came through the hood that ain't released 46 shots the whole time.
Word, G.
You see what I'm saying? Like, dude,
Yeah,
you got
you're
people
right.
up there doing 25 to life that ain't released 46 shots at somebody the whole time they was on the street.
Never, never. In a firing squad, when you die by firing squad, it's six gunmen, G. It's six gunmen, and they get one shot apiece. Matter of fact, I think the firing squad, pardon me, only one of them has live ammunition. The rest of them have dummy bullets, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so it relieved their conscience.
Right. They don't
Yeah,
even know
yeah.
who bust the shot. They don't even tell them who got the live ammunition in the firing squad. In this day and time, them dudes had to be on something too. 46 shots. Come on, G. For a wallet?
And he was a tiny guy.
A little guy. The dude, you know what's wild about them dudes? Them dudes wear flip flops in the wintertime. I don't understand that, but you know the sign. They wear flip flops in the wintertime, G. But we'll build the next day, man. Just let me know when you're going on, and I'll jump on the line.
No doubt.
All right, peace.
Peace.
You sleep?
Yeah, I'm tired. It's after midnight. I'm gonna go to bed. I
All
don't know
right.
what
I
to
need
do.
to.
I
I
gotta sit
saw
on my stuff.
God Sacred
Yeah.
Divine
What you wanna
put
watch?
something in here. What is
Instant
this?
noodle? Yeah.
We don't
You
have to.
said
We can just do it.
in regards to you said in regards to the above question, there's an old saying: boil 3 pots of water. One pot you put carrots, another pot eggs, and the third pot add coffee beans. The carrots go in hard and come out soft. The eggs go in vulnerable and come out hard. But the coffee bean changes the water. Are you a product of your environment, or is your environment a product of you? All the new people that came in the room, shout out to y'all. But yeah, that was some very good points right there that the guy made, you know what I'm saying, in reference to things that we want to see be the outcome, you know what I'm saying, the changes that we want to see made. But where's that story you just did? What is that? Like a parable or something? Where's that from, God's Hyper Divine? You still there, God's Hyper Divine? Yeah, but I'm saying where's it from though? What kind of parable? What kind of proverb parable? Where did it come from? we succumb to the water, or do we change the water to our paradigm? All right. Yeah, that's something to look up where that came from. Because when you see the different parables, what I find interesting a lot of times is to uh, look at the philosophy that they came from. You know what I'm saying? Because different of these parables, right? Uh, the mindset of the people that they came from. You know what I'm saying? Like an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth versus turn the other cheek. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look at, those are like two opposite parables right there, or proverbs. So I find it interesting a lot of times to, like for instance, if you hear something from Asia, a lot of times it's been influenced by either Buddha or Confucius, and it comes from a particular mindset. You know what I mean? If you hear an Arabic proverb, it could be influenced by their pre-Islamic period, or it could be influenced by the Quran. K Black Sea Supreme. Is is Black Sea this not the brother that where's that brother? We haven't seen him in a while. Remember the brother that came on and was telling us about reparations? Like he was explaining the ADOS movement. I want to know how that movement is reacting to this. I probably got to just check out Tone Talks. Shout out to Tone. I like Tone, but Tone would be real angry. Like Tone be going on rants, man. I mean, like, he got a right to be hostile. People have been persecuted, but I'm saying sometimes you be like, damn, Tone, he about to choke the camera. But has anyone watched any videos from brothers and sisters in the ADOS movement to see what they think about the events of the last week and a half? How it kind of yeah. I talked to Saquon the other day. I gotta call him. Anyone? Bueller? 793rd said brothers getting money for being vexed on lives, ranting and on camera, giving it up like modern day preachers and then evangelists doing their numbers. All right, Jihad. Man, basically, yeah, I need that. I'm gonna take the time tonight. I'm gonna check out either him or Yvette and see what the ADOS, how they see this, you know, all these events fitting into their movement, or the movement that that they kind of spearhead. Because one thing about this, in terms of reparations, they're gonna be crying broke now. The FDA loosened up their restrictions and guidelines. Now they don't have to tell you what's in your food. When when this came out today, I know they loosened restrictions and guidelines uh, concerning how they can do the testing for the vaccine and different pharmaceuticals. But what you just said, they slipped that one under the radar on me, apparently. I was going to say one thing I could say, the color man is really folded like napkins under all this pressure. All kinds of dudes are retracting their statements. Right, right. You know, K Black C said they was never going to give us reparations. I mean, it's definitely, they definitely going to be crying broke right now. Or, maybe, because that's another angle. Maybe maybe they've they can see a way to get reparations, through this, or some I can't call it. Like I said, it's just a question that I had. Universal Seven said, what is it, 14 trillion in reparations? Is that what they said? So D Christian said, yeah, this is something that they passed through. So what, like they tacked it into the policy change or whatever for COVID-19. Basically, they swap out and substitute things without telling you what's in there. Seen an article a couple of days ago. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to check that out. But is it 14 trillion in reparations? I do think it was something like that. I recall it being something close to a year's worth of GDP. But that's going to be a tough sell. That's going to be a tough sell right now. SW said we got to come up with a uniform list of demands, and all these white sympathizers out there on the front lines and online need to support said demands. Yeah. Yeah, we might as well do it before they try and lock down the internet again. I think that might be one of the only things that's saving them though, SW. I don't think they're gonna do nothing on the internet. Because then people ain't got no reason to be outside. People ain't got no reason to be in the house. The MR5 vaccination is aborted fetus. All right, now you're gonna have to direct us to where we can look that up. Guys, Divine, you still ain't get the stimulus check. They already talking about sending out a new one. Guys, Divine said he didn't get a stimulus check, so now he's supposed to sit by and wait for reparations. $793. So what specifically do we have to start looking out for in terms of the different foods that they're able to substitute, right? And not tell you about, is there any parameters to it? Because see, for instance, does anybody know about industrial ingredients? There's such a thing called industrial ingredients, right? That they don't have to tell you about. Because they saying that that's not really a part of the food. It's a part of the industrial process of getting the food to you. You know what I'm saying? So remember when they had that pink slime? When they told people about pink slime? Now in the pink slime, this is some kind of, scraps when after they cut some beef the way they want, whatever scraps and the fat and everything, they're able to put it together somehow. It's grade F meat, and they run it through like ammonia and bleach and stuff, right? In order to sanitize it, because they get it off the floor, from what I understand. But they don't have to tell you about the ammonia and bleach because they're saying that's an industrial process, right? But it's not the food that they're actually giving you. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's kind of the question in 793 is saying, like, what is there particular categories, or is just going to be a free for all on the package now where you don't know what's what? Black C said we spend over $1 trillion a year. We are the economy. Black people are the biggest consumers in this country. Knowledge Born said changing the narrative, making it seem like not paying for the 5-0 means that people are saying they don't need them when it's only meant to make them accountable. Universal said they definitely are setting us up for the kill. Green Elevation said it makes sense for stem cell purposes. Universal said they're definitely setting us up for the kill. As W said, natural flavors. God said last year was the first year that he owed taxes. He said natural flavors is like filtered water, except all kinds of wild chemical-based compounds. Right, the red dye and all those types of things. They're saying that those are industrial ingredients. But them not having to tell you about GMO, that was a while back when they came out with that. That was another funny ruling. It was a whole funny way. Like this was the thing, right? For me, where I didn't understand, I'm like, all right, I don't know who's the lawyer on this, but you got a patent on your seeds, right? The only way you can get a patent is by showing how unique your creation is from everything else that exists. So when individuals who, concerned about nutrition came and said, okay, you need to label your stuff that is GMO, they was like, no, why would we need to label it? Because it's the same thing. It's no different. So, we don't need to label it. And that was one of the things where it's like you kind of have it in both ways here, right? But that might have been in the 90s when they first ruled that they don't have to tell you that it's GMO. Universal said they use carbon monoxide for curing meats to appear fresh, even if it's diseased meat. Yeah, GMO is banned in certain countries. I think in most of Europe, Monsanto is persona non grata. Senator Durr said Obama did a number on that whole Monsanto bill thing. You said you saw a documentary on what? Plant-based diets. Nah, brain elevation. If you planning on going, if you planning on going to live on Born Mastermind's land, then no, black and miles will not be permitted. Because I mean, it says black on it and all that, but the filter is white. And I don't know if the tobacco they put in it is nitrogen based. It might grow. It might have too much nitrogen. It has to be carbon based. I mean, you gotta watch those documentaries. You gotta analyze those things too, because it's still an art. It's still something that uh they seeking some kind of mass consumption of. I'm talking about the documentary itself. Tommy Robinson said, but once again, pandemic make a problem, then introduce your plan. Because like Javon said, ammonia is used to spray ground beef to kill pink slime, but it mutates the germs and allows them to survive in harsh environments. When we eat burgers, we're eating ammonia. Yeah, but they don't have to put it on the packages, is all I'm saying. Because they consider it an industrial ingredient and not a food ingredient. Yeah, we had another good video today. You know what I'm saying? Everybody do the each one, teach one. If you made it this far with me, hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? And don't forget to check the description box. I recently reached 800 subscribers. So to celebrate all those that support the stream, we're having a sale this week from today until June 13th. Everything is 10% off in all of my e-commerce stores. The code to use at checkout is 800 subs. Clone Chauvin. I don't think cloning is at that level yet where they can clone Chauvin. But you're right about that. They began cloning animals, and they got this other thing now too, SW, where it's somewhat like stem cells or something. I can't recall exactly how the process goes down, but basically they're growing the meat in like a petri dish or something. No, we don't really know who Chauvin is. That's what, I guess that's all remains to be seen. You know what I'm saying? If they found some lookalike to be the patsy, but either way, that patsy better do some time. So King Shah said the machine that's the CRISPR machine that they're using to. It's like they kind of grow the meat from some stem cells or something. Like it's never it doesn't grow into an animal even. You know what I'm saying? It's just the muscle tissue or whatever. Yeah, hybrid fish. the first uh the first hybrid fish genetically modified is already been approved. It's some kind of salmon. They mix the salmon with the DNA of some other fish that grows bigger and faster than the natural salmon. They saying that for right now they only going to be growing it on farms. Speaking of farms, Universal said don't eat tilapia. All tilapia is farm fish. There's no wild caught tilapia. Universal said I follow Dr. Sabi's son on IG. Yeah, I understand. What he builds on. I'm not saying that he's 100% wrong, but there's a certain there's a certain some kind of religious overtones to the way people uh, uh, follow Dr. Sabi. I'm not follow, but it's something people speak about him religiously or something. God said, Iran says some so-called halal foods only market their food as halal just to pass the Food and Drug Administration so they can sell the products. The food isn't halal. It isn't even prayed over. Still brutally slaughtered. You know what I gotta do? I gotta do that actually. I gotta get all of the designs on the kid shirts. I'm gonna be handling that over the next couple of days. I'm gonna be putting designs on kid shirts as well. Brilliant Elevation said, anybody ever meet a breatharian? I've met people who say they're breatharians. Tommy Robinson said, tilapia's bottom feeders anyway, a scavenger. What was this too? SW said the salmon and catfish mixed with compressed pig thigh. Oh man. Yeah, I mentioned people who said they were breatharian. Uh, you know, I don't know if I exactly uh, accept that. As W said, I don't mind eating fruits and plants. I do that more than flesh too. But if I wanted an emoji, if I wanted an ammonia burger, I'm gonna indulge. Uh, King Shah said CRISPR is a family of DNA sequences found in the genomes of prokaryotic organisms such as bacteria and was that algae? Was archaea? The sequences are derived from DNA fragments of bacteriophages. King Shah said they come in with a whole canned chicken. D. Christian said do some shirts for baby girls. All right. Yeah. Well, uh the shirts for the Earths that I could put the design on shirts for girls. SW said I don't trust no dude who died Terry Law. Simply breath. Yeah, I don't know if I think I would have to watch you for a couple of weeks or something. See, that's what I'm saying. Like some of these things, man, they to me they still get religious, man. You know what I'm saying? When it's, all these things is gonna give you all of these magical powers. But yeah, at any rate, um, go ahead, man. Take this down so I can handle that business for y'all with the shirts. We're gonna get the kids' shirts going. Um, and also I gotta get down to the school uh and complete my mission over there with getting everything open, getting everything back open. And then I gotta take some other little trips. I got some stuff I gotta pick up. Got some tracks I gotta work on to get some. I make some donuts. Universal said beef takes longer to digest. True. SW said you tell me you living off breath and water. I'm not hearing much else you gotta say after that. Yeah, that would tend to cause the thoughts to wander if you're only you know living off breath and water. Breatharians don't eat; they just breathe and get nutrition from the sun. Okay, but what I'm saying is, how long can you be a breatharian? Like after 2 months of breatharianism, right? What happens? It doesn't seem like that's the type of thing that will come out good. Let's see how that would work out. Who, me? Nah, that was just I just that was a beer. That was just a beer. I cut it off, slim down. Have my face looking like this. Back. This the young Christ. This is crazy, man. He said my son will be 2 in December. I was shooting for the 25th, but got the 28th. Your body adjusts to what? Breatharianism? Universal Truth said breatharians sound like people who smell food but don't eat it. Yeah, King Shah said to be eating just air, you die. End of story. Great elevation said you deteriorate and become air. And listen, you stop messing with vitamins. Uh, Savior, the Savior is a chef. He said you should try lamb and ground lamb. Hold on. You should try lamb and ground lamb. It seems better for the digestion and won't add as much unwanted weight. Yeah, you need minerals. Right. Photosynthesis. That's what I'm saying. The photosynthesis that exists in us, though, is in our skin. You know, like uh, plants have chlorophyll that react with the sun. We got melanin. Universal said I juice daily. Yeah, I don't know. You know, it's definitely not something I'm experimenting with. You know, I've been a breatharian for a day or two. You know, while I was fasting, and it seemed like something that could last a really long time. As W said, right? We need more than vitamin D from the sun to survive. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, like King Shot said, man, good luck with that. But at any rate, peace to all the guys, peace to the earths. You know what I'm saying? Any visitors that we had, you know what I'm saying? I'll be back on tomorrow, uh, more than likely early. When I say early, uh, well, all right, we play it by ear, but I think I'm gonna be on by 12 o'clock tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Because I got a couple of missions I gotta run. I also gotta get those shirts ready for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Um, Peace.